Good morning, everyone. The December 18th, 2019 Charter Authorizing Panel meeting is now called to order. I would like to welcome everyone here today. As chair of the Charter Authorizing Panel, it's my goal to facilitate a fair and responsible hearing. I ask that each person speaking in the microphone speak clearly and state your name and title for the record. This meeting is being live streamed, so this will benefit our viewing audience as well as our court reporter, Ms. Sharon Hill, who will be providing a transcript of the meeting, and it will be posted to the division's website. Okay, so we have, I believe, 4 items on our action agenda today. And we will go ahead and get started with the first one, which is the hearing for the open enrollment public charter school renewal application for Arkansas Virtual Academy.
Good morning. Tracy Webb, Charter Unit. Arkansas Virtual Academy is an open enrollment charter that was initially authorized in October of 2001. They currently serve students in grades K through 12 and have an enrollment cap of 3,000. They're requesting a renewal of their charter for 5 years, ending in 2025. And Today we have several representatives from Arkansas Virtual. They are Joel Edel, who is a board member, Amy Johnson, who is the head of the school, Kristen Allen, the academic administrator, Amanda Sullivan, special programs, Mandy Felton, high school principal, Laura Davidson, assistant high school principal, Lisa Short, CTE administrator, Ashley Holder, middle school principal, Jessica Stack, elementary principal, Gina Moore, family engagement and support administrator, and Michelle Newman, federal program coordinator and RTI coordinator.
Okay, and can you clarify that the renewal will go through what year?
2025. Yeah,
okay.
That's a misprint on there.
Okay.
2025 for 5 years.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to make sure, so appreciate you. Okay, will the representatives of the charter and anyone speaking in opposition please stand to receive the oath? Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. You all can come forward. I don't know who's speaking at what time, but anybody that may be speaking, if you want to sit on the front row, and you'll have 20 minutes for your presentation. And if you'll state your name and title for the record, you're recognized.
All right. Amy Johnson, head of school for Arkansas Virtual Academy. Madam Chair and members of the panel, thank you for your time and consideration of our renewal today. 1 year ago, I was a month old in the head of school position here at ARVA. And one of the things that I really wanted to do was to begin conversations with our leadership team about where our school was headed, where our pain points, where are the things that we need to concentrate on for improvement. And in those conversations came sort of a mantra or a filter, if you will, as to how we've made decisions over the last year and will continue in the future. And that is that we're not necessarily interested in what is easy. We're dedicated and focused to what is right for students. In our environment, that's not always easy, and we're willing to take on that challenge. So in our planning for this school year, even before summatives were held and grade cards were released, we were looking at what is our sense of urgency? What does our area of focus need to be? And while it might seem a bit abrupt, we would like to start with where our biggest area of passion and biggest area of urgency is, and that's with our academics. You'll see that the elementary school has been a D school for 3 years. The middle school has been a C school with a slight drop this last spring to a D, and similar results at the high school. In looking at our ESSA results, we recognize that weighted achievement is the largest gap that we have in all 3 schools, and a similar gap for elementary and middle school and value-added growth, while all 3 schools are at or above state average in SQSS. We're currently receiving level 2 support for reading, but again, we would be remiss to not share with you that that doesn't mean that we have this solved. We have 36% of our students that are needs improvement in reading, and we feel that that is a dangerous percentage, and that's a piece that we're hedging and really improving our the strength of our literacy plan in order to improve that for our students. We are currently pending accredited with the standards of accreditation. And this is important to us. We're fond of the color green, and we've worked very proactively with the department in ensuring that we keep those pieces of compliancy in order. In looking at this data, it was also important for us to note and recognize the challenge that 61 to 64% of our new students that come to us as needs improvement in all subject areas. So they're coming to us with those gaps to fill, and that changes the course of action that we need to take. So in creating this urgency of action, we wanted to really bucket the items that we wanted to tackle for this school year. And we launched all of these things at the beginning of the school year, again, before we even received the results of our ESSA score. Now, we know that the buckets affect one another. Weighted achievement positively affects value-added growth and vice versa. But our plan of action has been to increase teacher effectiveness. We're observing our teachers at a minimum of monthly, and every single teacher meets with their principal on a one-on-one quarterly, not only to look at post data, but also to plan for the coming quarter. We are utilizing ACT Aspire interims twice a year, and while we know that there's a gap between the predictability of the Aspire interim and the summative assessment, what we're doing is utilizing this for two common purposes. One is a commonality of environment. Our students travel to test, and so they don't get to sit in a room that they're used to, so being used to this platform is very helpful for them. The second piece is really doing some deep item analysis work, where our teachers are digging into the DOK levels, how the test is constructed, what students mastered, what they didn't master, and informing their teaching. We've made a pretty big switch this year to targeted small group instruction utilizing Zoom. In the past, we used Blackboard, which was sort of a flat experience. You could hear a voice, see a slide deck. This year, our classes are held 100% in Zoom, so students have the ability to interact through video with their teachers. And additionally, we've changed those instructional sizes down to no more than 20 students in a session at a time. We've also launched Mathematical Mindsets, which is a study to not only change the way teachers think and teach math, but also how students think about math and their ability to succeed. We're launching data-driven PLCs. We've been hosting those this year, 1 hour each week. Our content teams meet to look at common assessment data, what students have achieved, how they're going to teach, reteach, and reassess those skills. We're doing a tighter tracking of students' skills standards and mastering not only state standards, but also those ACT Aspire readiness skills. And then we've also added a growth monitoring tool because we know there's a gap between what the Aspire interim predicts and the summative. We're actually providing an assessment beginning, middle, and end of year so we can really acutely look at that growth. We are completing our RISE training. Our teachers are going through that. We have a staff member that is training to be a trainer. So that's an important piece for us, especially with the needs improvement percentage we have for reading. We'll be taking advantage of all the observation evaluatory pieces that come with RISE. And then we've also launched ARVA Reads, which is a school-wide program where we're really stressing the importance and inviting students to come in and read with us, not only reading for education purposes, but for enjoyment, the importance of it. We've increased reading instruction in all content areas, all grades, and we're observing for those instruction pieces. And then we have a tighter correlation for science. That was a growth area for us that we needed to fill that gap. And we're really excited about the approval to offer community service learning credit this year. And we're actually launching events all across the state where our students come together geographically and they're going into their communities to provide volunteer service in nonprofit organizations and community organizations. We're also visiting with other schools. So we're looking at the list of schools that the AD has submitted that created great growth in their grade cards. And then we've also dug into My School Info to identify schools that have had either consistent growth or consistent success. And we start some of those observations and visits in the next month. I'd also like to point out that the renewal application that you have attached to your agenda, the new goals there have been shifted just a little bit. Prior in our renewal package, we had set goals for the charter that were 2 or more year students, and we feel like every student needs to have the opportunity to grow. So for our new renewal period, the goal is for every single student. And then the document that you have attached has a whole lot of percentage business where we're trying to forecast for state average, but we've actually modified that so that our check-in each year is to be at state average. So why does this matter? By the numbers, we serve some folks that it matters to. At the time of this deck, we had 2,547 students currently enrolled. 67% of those are free and reduced lunch, and 16.68% are special education, which I'm sure you'll know is 3% higher than the state. We are a CTE-rich school, and 84% of our students in grades 8 through 12 are currently pursuing a pathway. We have 150 total staff. Of that staff, 111 are instructional staff. All 111 are Arkansas certified teachers. We do hold a waiver of licensure, but we only employ that waiver in grades K through 8 for art, music, and PE, and then in just a couple isolated courses at the high school in PE. We do have an extensive support staff, but in light of recent legislation, it's important to note that we do have 5 certified school counselors and 1 licensed counselor on staff, and then of course supported by an administrative team. So that's who we are by the numbers, but who are we really? And this story is best told, we've had 3 graduating classes at ARVA, and I think this story is best told in our first 3 valedictorians. Our first valedictorian on the left is Laurel. Laurel came to us battling leukemia. She was an incredibly bright student. I had the opportunity to have her in class when I was teaching, and just very gifted. And had she been in a regular brick and mortar, she would have likely been on a homebound program and certainly would not have had the ability to vie for valedictorian honors. Laurel actually passed away almost a year to the day after she graduated. Grace is a high flyer. She was with us for several years, incredibly gifted, National Merit Scholar, athlete. And really, we were able to help change Grace's life because we were able just to take the chains off. She was able to travel with athletics, advance in courses as she wanted to. She is currently attending an in-state college on an athletic and academic full-ride scholarship. And then on the right, you have Kayla. Kayla was pregnant at 15. She was put into her school's ALE program. And when she discovered she couldn't take advanced courses, she became very disheartened. She quit school. She was out of school for an entire year, and then she came to us. We were able to get her back on track, and she graduated with honors. And now, in addition to raising her son, she's seeking a SMART scholarship from the government, which is a very specific scholarship for some very specific government positions. And we're really so much more. And I hope to have the opportunity to tell you so much more about our families. But with time, what I'd like to do is show you some of the students that we're changing their lives. Now, getting ready to see a small clip from a special education classroom, an elementary special education classroom. You'll see an observer in the room. You're going to see some learning coaches in the background. And you're even going to see, because we didn't pull, the most beautiful clip, Life Happens, right? You're going to see some classroom management and what that looks like in a virtual environment as well.
Let me see it, Elijah. Perfect. Beautiful, buddy. Thank you. All right, so let's sound some words. Okay, get those fingers ready.
Hug.
Good.
Hug.
Hug. Good. Okay, Levi. Elijah, let me hear you. Thank you.
Hug.
Good.
Sud.
Sad.
Sad.
Okay. In just a minute, I'm probably going to get 2 of you to mute yourselves. You're doing good. Here we go.
Sam.
Good.
Nam.
Okay. McKinley, Elijah, could you guys mute yourself, girl and guy, mute yourself for me? Okay. Yeah, good. You guys keep reading them so your learning coach can still hear you. Very good. Thank you. Okay. What is it?
Chat.
Good. Very good.
Hot.
Good. Good.
Rat. Rat.
Good. You two can unmute yourself.
Roth.
All right, so you also saw clearly some dyslexia intervention there, breaking down those words, and just a short clip, again, of the lives that we're able to touch. And I think it's important to note that we're changing lives in the entire state. We currently have students enrolled from all 75 counties across the state of Arkansas. So the impact and the opportunity to have this sort of an option is important. So where we're headed, I mentioned earlier that we're CTE rich. This is a great sort of niche for our school. Many of our students are very interested in not only pursuing college, but also being career ready. And so you see here on the left the current pathways that we have worked with the Division of Career Tech Ed to be approved for. And I want to ensure that we've worked very closely with the departments to make sure that we've employed these with fidelity, with the skills that students really need. We are seeking some pathways for the future. One, family community services based on student request. We poll our students every year to find out what they're interested in. But then the other two, because of the job futures in the state, we try to look at where those job predictions are headed and make sure that we are planning accordingly to prepare our students. We think that CTE is important and will impact us academically because our CTE teachers are still teaching base content skills in English and math, but they're doing it in a relevant way that sticks with our students. And we find that students that have a pathway stay enrolled longer and do better academically. We are moving forward wisely in that planning. We have an advisory board that does counsel our CTE staff in the planning of our direction, and you can see the industries that are listed there. We have student resources that we are very excited about, NEPRIS, which is a nationwide consortium of professionals that our students have access to. Tallo, which is a student LinkedIn. And then Zello, of course, is a program that the state has suggested for monitoring and following those pathways. And then we're continuing to seek more and more certification opportunities for our students. We currently offer several. We're building CTE into the middle school and elementary. We'll be into the 6th and 7th grade by fall next year, and then moving into the elementary. Our elementary teachers are already taking advantage of some of the resources like NEPRIS and those things to create career awareness in their elementary classes. Now, keeping in mind that 84% of our students are following and seeking a pathway, we are really working to build out real-world experiences. Now, some of these numbers will seem a little low based on 84% of our students, but I think you'll also see some evidence of growth as we're building out these programs. So 9 students are currently working with 5 career centers, and we try to partner with career centers for those things that are a little trickier to teach virtually. Welding virtually would be maybe a little bit of a stretch of the imagination, so we want to partner to be able to provide those opportunities for students. We do have a work program that 38 students across the state are working in various jobs. We have a teacher that actually travels the state and observes them in their workplace. And then our dual concurrent credit, we currently have 8 students, but this is that example of growth I was speaking about, that we have 22 that enrolled in for January courses. So we're really working not only to make students aware, but to encourage them to take advantage of the opportunities. We also are seeking opportunities to partner for the future. We've had some charters that have reached out to us to ask us about our pathways and how they might partner with us for their students to be able to take advantage of those opportunities. We're willing to seek smaller rural districts that maybe don't have the resources to be able to offer their students those opportunities. And then additionally, I've recently met with, in the fall, with Superintendent Poore, Little Rock School District, to talk about how we might be able to work together. And then we'll also be meeting with the superintendent's group that's meeting quarterly in Pulaski County. We do love to celebrate what our students are doing. And so our student groups are very exciting. This is where students are really getting hands-on opportunities and that career readiness that provides those skills that are tangible. So we're in our 3rd year of DECA. We were recognized as the first virtual school in the country to compete nationally for DECA. We're in our 2nd year of FFA, which is very exciting for us. We are the first virtual chapter designated in the nation. We launched Skills USA this year, and we have 60 members already going strong there. And then we're investigating FCCLA with the pathways that we are hoping to launch in the fall. We have some students that are going to volunteer and observe some FCCLA events this spring to see a little bit more about what it's like. We also had national presenters in the bottom right-hand corner. Just recently, at the beginning of December, our CTE administrator traveled to Anaheim, California for the National Association of Career Tech Ed conference. And on the screen in that photo, you actually see one of our students that they zoomed in to the conference session, and she was able to talk to the participants in California via Zoom about her experience virtually with career tech education. So we're here asking the panel's consideration for 5-year renewal, again with a deep focus on the improvement of our academic processes and outcomes for students. We have also asked consideration for an enrollment increase. This is primarily located for 8 through 12, where we are sort of busting at the seams in those grades right now, even though we're under cap as a whole. We would like to increase this because we do feel that the CTE-rich nature of our program is going to be one that students really gravitate to, especially students that come to us with discipline issues, different difficulties in their backgrounds, really looking for those tangible skills. And then we've also requested the waiver of Arkansas Code Annotated 616-102A5, which is the code for the recess requirements.
Okay, you still had a little bit of time left. Was there anybody else that you wanted to address the panel?
I don't think so at this time. I
Okay.
think they're here for questions,
For questions?
as needed.
Okay.
So.
Ms. Hyde, is there anyone here to speak in opposition?
That's okay.
So there are 2 people signed up, and they said just comments, so maybe we should just check, because I'm not sure which thing they want to give comments on. Okay, Capital City, not ARVA.
Okay. Okay, then I think we are ready to get into the question timeline. Actually, Ms. Hyde, why don't we look at the legal review first before we start questions, because that seems to clear up questions a lot of times.
I'm not sure if they wanted to utilize it, but they do have an additional 5 minutes since there was no opposition.
Oh, okay, I've forgotten about that.
If they had anything.
I would just tell you stories about kids, but that's okay.
Okay.
Okay, so like we saw yesterday, ARVA did submit some additional comments to the legal review after, hi, Dr. Williams, good to see you. After the information was uploaded on the agenda. So some of this is just going to be making sure that we have a clear record. So the first area is on personnel policies. I'd asked some questions about waivers for 617, 208, and 210, which has to do with grievance procedures. It's my understanding that ARVA wishes to rescind the waiver request for those 2 provisions, and I just need them to verify that for me.
Morning, Dr. Pfeffer, members of the panel, Trip Walter, Staff Attorney, Arkansas Public School Resource Center, and on behalf of ARVA, yes, we do wish to rescind those 2 waiver requests.
The second is on attendance policies. So ARVA has held a waiver and asked to continue holding a waiver of 618-209B, which states that the school has to develop strategies for promoting maximum student attendance, including but not limited to the use of alternative classrooms and in-school suspensions in lieu of suspension from school. The rationale provided is that because they're a virtual school, they don't have the ability to adopt an alternative classroom model. My concern was that the law doesn't require you to do that. It requires you to consider that in the policy, but it's not limited to that. And so I would like to give ARVA an opportunity to explain exactly what they're doing to ensure that they're promoting maximum student attendance for kids as part of the rationale to maintain that waiver.
So our plans and actions for monitoring student attendance, first of all, our attendance is gathered electronically from our system, so we know when a student logs in, what they're doing, how long they're in a course, so we have a pretty good look. We have a team that supports our students. They're student champions, so every student has a single point of contact, and those champions are checking daily, checking attendance daily, contacting students if they sort of are non-existent. But then we also have a three-tiered approach of what we call non-compliance. And there's a set of agreements that our students and learning coaches agree to, and that is daily logging in, regular attendance, regular completion of lessons. So we move students up tier 1 to tier 3 as those situations escalate, and they can eventually be removed if we're not really seeing them latch on to the program itself. But also clearly following all of the truancy regulations, 10 days, no login, those are truancy removals for us.
Trip Walter, APSRC. In Ms. Hyatt's comment, she also noted that the statute says that the school shall develop policies for promoting maximum student attendance, including but not limited to the use of alternative classroom and in-school suspensions in lieu of suspension from school. So to build on what Ms. Johnson has said, the waiver request, we tried to narrowly tailor it to those situations that would be unique to the virtual school. And those two things, an alternative placement in an alternative classroom or ALE, and in-school suspension are things that are not going to be possible in the virtual setting. And hopefully you understand from what Ms. Johnson said, it's certainly they are doing. They're not going without a policy. They are very concerned about it, but they have developed a policy that they believe works well for their unique student population.
Do you all have any questions regarding that? So can I just make sure I'm clear? So there still are attendance policies. The school will still make sure that there are policies to promote student attendance and to address when students are not attending per the policy. Okay, so this does not change requirements for students to adhere to, okay.
Right, and Tripp is absolutely correct. They did narrowly tailor it just to the provision that talked about ALE and in-school suspension, but I just thought it would be beneficial to explain the rationale behind that to the panel. The next is on discipline. I believe, so they requested 618.511, which says that a teacher may remove students from the classroom if they're misbehaving. I believe that they are intending to rescind that waiver request, as the law is permissive, not, it doesn't say must do anything, it just says they may, they have the ability to do it. So it was my opinion that they did not need that waiver. I believe their intention is to rescind it.
Trip Walter, APSRC, that is correct, and we do rescind it based on legal comments and discussion.
We're getting close to the end. The next is on library media. So it is very common for library media waivers, especially in the virtual context. A couple of comments on theirs. The first, I believe, has been resolved, which is that they requested a waiver of 2D1 in the standards, which only requires the district to budget and expend sufficient resources to maintain an appropriate balance of print, non-print, and electronic media. It was my opinion that they didn't need that waiver, and I believe they intend to rescind that piece of this request. If I could just have someone confirm that for me.
Trip Walter, APSRC. I do wish to confirm that, but if I can add just a little to this. Again, this is one of those situation or subject areas that's unique in virtual opposed to a brick and mortar. I just wanted to assure the panel, I think the comments bear that out, but there are provisions for providing adequate materials. This does not mean the part of the waiver that exists and will stay in place and that we've asked for is not an attempt to remove it completely, but again, tailor it to the needs of students and staff in a virtual setting.
The second part of the library media was a request for 625-101 at SEC. There are provisions of that absolutely make sense that have to do with licensure and ratio. The part I think that's still kind of concern for me is 625-105, which is that every school must have written policies for the selection, removal, and retention of media, and a policy on how they deal with challenges to materials that they select. And then 625-106, which is to provide resources that contribute to lifelong learning while accommodating differences in instructional method, interest, and capabilities. I was unclear why those waivers were necessary, as even in the virtual context, it seems like they could comply with those two requirements. They did provide, I asked the question, do they have these policies? And the response I received was they do not. ARVA does not have policies addressing retention of library media materials, selection and removal, nor addressing challenged materials. So I'd like them maybe to explain a little bit about how they do that selection process, and why they need a waiver of these provisions in order to continue operating.
Certainly. So our library resources are largely second-party virtual library resources. So while certainly a student can bring a local, or family could bring a local concern that, I found this book in this virtual library, and make us aware, and we could make the provider aware, because we don't solely own the rights or the organization of those second-party virtual libraries, if you will, resource centers. It is more difficult for us to be able to create a policy where we can directly react to a concern. Now, if we have something within our curriculum, or with a certain text that a teacher has suggested, certainly we have policies where our families can reach out and sort of express those concerns, and we react to those. But I think our concern with the waiver was that those resources that we use, sometimes our kids are using local libraries geographically, sometimes they're using virtual libraries and resources that, while we do provide for them, because that's part of our budget and part of our resources for our students, we don't actually own them to be able to modify what the selections would include.
I do think that is an appropriate rationale for 625-105. It still doesn't really explain to me the rationale behind 625-106, which simply says that they have to provide resources that contribute to lifelong learning while accommodating differences in instructional method, interests, and capabilities. I think that's something that the school could absolutely do, even in the model that they just explained. So if they would like to continue with that waiver request, I'd just like to note that I don't believe that it's necessary. Of course, it's up to the panel and the applicant to decide.
I understand Ms. Hyatt's comments and concerns. We would ask to keep it, it's sometimes I think we need to realize that the waivers are not just break apart pieces in a sense, but part of a whole policy and way of doing things. Again, while being mindful of what she said, this is part of a policy that ARVA has worked under for quite some time. It has worked well. I don't know of any issues with it. I would like to be able to ask the panel to continue on with the waiver at this point, unless there are any serious concerns about it.
Did you have a question, Dr. Williams?
I need to understand this waiver a little bit more. When I listen to each one of you makes sense. So what is the state's primary concern with this?
So based on what they've said today, I don't have any remaining concerns with any of the library media waivers except 625-106, and that is like a 2-line statute, and all it says is you must provide materials that promote lifelong learning, and have a variety, or I have the exact wording written down, but of, cater to the interests and the different abilities of your students in different instructional methods. I don't think it's a very heavy-handed law. I think it's relatively simple, especially given the explanation that they gave today that says that they have a variety of ways that students can access materials, and probably more so than a traditional public school because they have these partnerships with libraries and online virtual libraries. So I guess my concern is I don't think that it's been the practice of this panel to grant waivers unless they're necessary for the operation of the school. And I think that's a good practice. And so when we grant waivers to schools, obviously there are the 1240 consequences of that, which open it up to other schools to get it. So I think it's a good practice to make sure that we're giving waivers that are necessary for schools to be able to do. Of course, making sure they have flexibility in that, but because this law is so light-handed.
And I'm with you. Do you have a rebuttal? Because it makes perfect sense that if there's no need for a waiver, why should we grant a waiver? And by the fact that you all are working with all these different libraries and have access to, for your students, why not?
We will go ahead in light of the comments then, Dr. Williams, and rescind the waiver request. However, I would like to state, again, this is I guess what, and I won't take up too much more of the panel's time. This is what I guess the division now calls an expiring waiver. This is not a new request. This is something that the school has had for years, and it's just it's not an attempt to try and diminish access to resources, nor limit in any way. It's just an opportunity to not be, even though it's not a heavy constraint, to have something additional put on for practice that's gone on for a decade or more. And I just that's really the so I just want to make the comment. I'm not going to beat this into the ground anymore.
We know
but
that the school and
Yes, sir.
your representation of them are all for the right reasons.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, and if I could comment on that, I think that speaks to kind of the maturing of the charter process.
Yes.
I think when waivers have been granted previously, and I think 2001 is when ARVA started, I think at that time it was unknown, what is going to be the impact of waivers, what's going to be necessary, what's going to not be necessary. And I think now as processes have matured and we've learned a lot, laws have changed in light of the successes we've seen from charters. We see other schools that are benefiting from the pioneer work that charters have done early on, and I think now it's appropriate to say, yeah, maybe in light of this, there are certain codes that we don't need waivers from because this is what we do anyway. And so I don't take it as trying to be limiting on charters. I think it's more of we realize now where we are, and there's always the opportunity to come back if something is getting in the way. So we appreciate your perspective on that.
Thank you.
The next remaining issue is on defibrillators and CPR. I believe, so I asked the question whether, so ARVA requested it because they're a virtual school, they don't have a traditional school campus. I asked the question, did they have an administrative building, and did that building have a defibrillator? The response I received was, they do not have a defibrillator at the admin building, therefore they would like to maintain the waiver. I don't have a legal concern with them maintaining the waiver. And so that issue in my mind has been resolved. I don't need them to say anything yet, unless you want to.
Well, no, we'll come back. Yeah, well, we're gonna need to say this on the record.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Okay. Thanks, Tripp. one of my recommendations was that they add 610-122 to their request. That's the statutory piece that goes with the rules. They have asked to add that piece, so can you just confirm that for me?
Yes, based on Ms. Hyatt's comments, we do ask for an additional request of Arkansas Code annotated section 10-122 to effectuate the waiver.
Okay, and the last one is nutrition and physical activity requirements. They had originally requested sections 5.02.1, which has to do with vending machines in schools, in sections 7 through 11. Section 7 is PE requirements. Section 8 is food and beverages. Section 9 is the nutrition standards. Section 10 is nutrition education. And section 11 is access to food and beverages in schools. They have asked to rescind the waiver of 5.02.1 because since they don't have a traditional campus, they don't have vending machines, right? So if they could confirm that rescission for me.
On behalf of ARVA, I will confirm the rescission. I would just add one other thing too. If you'll note in the comments, in one of the discussions, I think, or comments from Ms. Hyatt was trying to ensure that in this piece, in this block of statutes and rules that we're seeking to weigh, that there are federal guidelines, and I wanted to make very clear that there was no attempt to ask for a waiver of any of those.
And they've also verified that they know that they have to meet the graduation requirements for PE and health. And so even though they will be getting a waiver of some of these standards, they know that they have to meet the requirements for the graduation requirements for those in 9 through 12. That's it, unless there are questions.
Madam Chair, I have one quick, if it's okay.
Mhm.
Did you address the distance learning? Because I do want to hear the response on that particular one.
Sure. So I did not, and the reason was because they had provided some rationale, but I'd be happy to. So on distance and digital learning, ARVA has a waiver of the rules governing distance and digital learning. I asked what the rationale behind the waiver was, and they only want to maintain a portion of the waiver, which is section 10, which outlines the need for all of the digital learning courses and providers to go through the approval process. So my response to that was, what process does ARVA have in place to ensure that all digital learning courses and providers are non-sectarian, non-discriminatory, which is some of the things that is in section 10 of those rules, and have successful experience in furnishing digital learning courses and providing services that meet or exceed the minimum curriculum standards in Arkansas. And they did provide some additional response, and I'll let them explain that to you guys instead of read it.
So one of the reasons for our request of this waiver is that, first of all, everything we do is digital learning. So to take that through that approval process would be sort of a daunting piece for us every time we, change a course. Our curriculum is provided by K-12, which has a long history of providing digital curriculum and digital learning opportunities. Those are agreement with K-12 in that, like much curriculum agreements are, is that they will provide a curriculum that has been vetted by all of their legal processes, but also in our agreement with them, they are to provide us curriculum that is aligned to the Arkansas state standards. And so they do make those provisions for us. And then obviously in all good stewardship, our teachers and our teams are also mapping those curriculum pieces to ensure that if there are any gaps that we're addressing them, we're letting K-12 know and they're reacting to that. So it's a pretty multi-layered process already as it exists. So our interest in this waiver is just to try to keep what already is sort of a pretty dense process to get a good product in front of our students, to narrow it as much as possible.
Additional questions on that?
I would just say, so K-12 then would follow those guidelines as K-12 as a whole?
Yes, we make them aware of what is required of us legally within the state. A great example of that is the upcoming need for the improved reading curriculum. So they've already received the state requirements for what we'll need to build into our reading curriculum, and we'll be seeking approval specifically for that because it is such an important legislative piece, an important piece for our students. But we work hand in hand with them to ensure that they know what our requirements are, and they actually have a team that stays abreast of the legal changes here in the state so that they can react to them accordingly.
And additionally, the non-sectarian and non-discriminatory, although that's contained in this section, there are also provisions in the charter law and the charter rules that say that they can't offer religious programs and that kind of thing. So they're covered in other areas of law and rule for those, I think, really important pieces of Section 10. That's why it wasn't as much of a concern for me, because they still have to follow those requirements. Any other questions for me?
Thank you, Ms. Hyatt. Okay, we'll go ahead and open it up to panel member questions. Start with Mr. Wilson.
Thank you. Are there areas of the state that you would like to serve that you think are underserved now? And why would those areas be underserved? Is it internet service that's needed?
So internet service is a challenge for us. It is a requirement, an agreement that our families make to have in place when they come to us. We do try to work with local libraries, opportunities. Our MKV, McKinney-Vento students, we're getting ready to launch a program there where hopefully we're going to be able to provide them with some hotspots that they can check out to remove that barrier for them. I do think that the internet does cause issues in some of our rural areas. I think really, as far as underserved, would be more, coming to ARVA would be more for a variety of educational opportunities, more rural areas where schools are smaller, maybe they don't have the resources or the variety of courses that they can access. And so, you know, we are, our population does come from where the areas are heavily populated in the state. Naturally, those are sort of our hot spots on our heat map. But again, we do have students from all over. So those smaller districts, I think, we would really like to reach out and have conversations with them, even to be able to provide resources and to try to help those districts. So we haven't really identified any specific areas. Of course, there's several smaller districts in the southern part of the state that I think would be you know, it would be pretty advantageous for us to be able to help them, but it is definitely what we're building toward.
Thank you.
Dr. Williams?
Oh, yes. Well, you all provide a great service in access for students who normally wouldn't have an opportunity. So my primary concern is the academic side.
Absolutely.
And you talked a little bit about it. What can you all do to improve the academic piece? I was looking through the list that you listed for us. Increase teacher effectiveness. I'm going to get in the weeds here. How do you plan on going about that? Because to me, that's the most, out of everything you have listed, that's the most critical piece there.
Absolutely. So we actually launched a 3-tier system for our teachers. They're designated level 1 through level 3, level 1 being highest performing. And it's what we call a growth model, an opportunity growth model. We track our teachers throughout the year. So at their summative meeting, they receive their track for the coming year. And based on their track is the support level they receive. So level 1 teachers are clearly our team leaders. They are probably our department chairs. We're leaning into them. Our level 3 teachers, we're providing more support. They're getting observed more often. They're having more regular meetings with their administrative team. We provide some instructional coaching for them as well. And so each quarter when our principals are meeting with those teachers, they're talking about what has happened in the prior quarter, giving feedback, and then setting goals for that next quarter as to how they can move up or grow up through those tracks. And so we've really created a tiered system of support for our teachers. And part of what leads into their track, a fourth of their track, is their test observation. data, where they're scoring there, what we're seeing in their classrooms. One piece of that is student growth. Are their students growing? It's a flat data piece. We have a professionalism indicator, because in a virtual environment, the way you answer an email or a phone call is crazy important. It's a much higher level need for professionalism. And then we have a data-driven component that goes into that leveling as well. Are they looking at their data? Do we see evidence of that in their classroom? Are they monitoring and changing their instruction? So we've really done a deep dive to really have granular quality conversations with our teachers, not only about where they are, but where they're headed and what we need to see as far as their growth.
And the actual execution of the teaching itself, do you provide any training, any support in that area? The things you talked about are just, almost tacit things that you.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So we have a monthly professional development. Professional development is not something that ours is not something our teachers struggle for. They get almost double of everybody else in the state. Sometimes they're coming in face-to-face in Little Rock. All of our teachers from across the state drive in. We do offer some virtual opportunities for professional development as well. But those professional developments are on things like science of reading and utilizing reading strategies. We just did one for our high school teachers, because I'm a former high school English teacher. It's a little bit of a foreign language to us. So we're really building into those monthly professional developments to bring teachers in. We've worked hand in hand with the APSRC to come in and do some presentations for some academic pieces as well. So we're really diving into those professional development opportunities to really equip our teachers with the tools they need to improve.
Okay, one follow-up. The elementary is, for the last 3 years, has been consistently a D. And I noticed the middle is a C, barely a D this last year, and the same thing with the high school. What's going on with the elementary level? Is it to be consistently a D? Is it where the kids are starting from, or just?
So there's some elements in the elementary, and honestly, in all three of our schools, some might say, oh gosh, aren't you concerned about the middle school and high school falling to a D? Well, certainly I am, but the highest level of priority for us is our elementary school, because that's where it is sort of stagnated. One of the elements that we have to address and are addressing is the fact that at an elementary level, we're relying on that learning coach or that parent much more greatly than we are at the middle and high school level. Those kiddos aren't reading yet, so to be able to interact with curriculum and those sorts of things is a little bit of a larger stretch. So we've actually started now training our learning coaches. We just started this year. We actually have several different days throughout the year where the students come in different geographical spots around the state, and we do enrichment activities with them. Maybe we're building a volcano or a solar system, something we can't quite do tangibly in a virtual environment. And we're pulling those learning coaches aside, and we're doing learning coach training with them. This is what this looks like. We're also holding homerooms just for our learning coaches in our elementary, especially in grades K through 2 this year, to really help them understand what's coming up in the learning for the students, where the students might trip up, and give them some resources and some opportunities to improve how they're assisting their student at home. So we really feel like that is a gap that we have to address, and we have started really bringing those learning coaches in, really in some ways for their own professional development, to help us close those gaps in our elementary students.
Thank you.
Dr. Kramers.
For the increased enrollment request, 30 students in online is a little trickier. I've taught and been a participant both ways. So in the example, it was a very small group, and of course they were younger as well, but even at grade 8 to 12, the in-class experience of 30 students is a lot different than a Zoom classroom with 30. So have you done surveys with the parents, students, to see how they feel about that increase in the class size?
The increase in the class size or the decrease in the class size?
Well, from my understanding, you were going from 25 to 30. So did I misread that?
For our targeted sessions?
No,
Is that what
the
you're
enrollment increase. So that would
Oh.
mean 30 students. Because if you have, I guess it's by grade, but you're also going to increase the students within each class setting.
No,
within the
just by
classes.
grade. So our class sizes would stay the same. It would just be that total number per grade that we would be able to serve.
Okay.
So we certainly would not tamper with what we think has been a very helpful and wise move academically to keep those class sessions at 20 or less. So
Okay.
that will stay intact for
Okay.
certain.
Okay, because that was my, just making sure I read it and understood that correctly, because I know that is really a challenge when you try to increase the number of students in an online course. if that
Yes,
is-
and especially with the video component, which is another one of the reasons that we felt it was important to move the class size down. I feel like the importance of the video component is so great, but if you get more than 20 of those little faces in there, it starts to get really difficult to know, are they getting it, are they with me? And so you sort of lose the value of being able to see them if you get too many, so we'll definitely hold to that.
And I agree with Dr. Williams on the concerns for the academics. I know you're working with a high risk, it's not always, but there are some high risk populations that are doing the online. That's why they're steered towards that to begin with. So, but I'd also on the other end like to commend you on the work that you're doing. You guys have been a pace setter on some things, is like the student leadership hands-on opportunities. Nationwide, it's a struggle for CTE to be in the virtual environment. And so, I'm not surprised that they're having you go present nationally, because people are still trying to figure out what this looks like, because of course what we do is a lot of hands-on component, and you guys are kind of navigating through that process. So I think the most important thing is getting the academics to match the richness of what you have going on with the great things with CTE, student opportunities, but the academics are really, really an important component. And so I kind of had the same thought, is that plan super solid on getting the academics to increase, but I definitely commend you on the other components as well.
Thank you, and we definitely agree. I mean, it's our sense of urgency. It's what we talk about consistently and move to action consistently with our staff. So we're working the academic side wholeheartedly and quickly.
Okay. Mr. Baldwin?
Okay, thank you. So I think I'll continue the academic questioning a little bit. I have three questions. Talk to us a little bit about teacher turnover. Do you have teachers that have been doing this a long time, or is that a challenge to keep educators in the classroom, the virtual classroom?
It can be. So I know that the data that's included with the agenda shows a longevity or average years of teaching, I think, of about 1.6. It's actually a data push issue that we solved this year. We had some difficulties figuring out where that was pulling from. So if you look for the 1920, the average years of experience, I believe it's 8.6, 8.9, something like that. We do have some turnover in teaching, honestly, because virtual teaching is just not for every teacher. We have a lot of teachers that come to us thinking this is going to be an easy environment, a flexible environment. I can do this and do this at the same time. And so we really have to train and hone in our teachers on the front end to understand that this is still a school and it's still an all-day event, and you're still pouring into these students. So I think we're winning that battle more now than we did in our early years, because we're doing a better job on the front end when we hire teachers. We do have some turnover, and I wouldn't say that it's extensive. Last year, with our letters of intent to return, I think we were at about 96% returning teachers. And we've had a few with some life situations that have happened this fall that have resigned with us. But for the most part, our teachers are happy to be with us. They're about 75 to 80% satisfied with their workplace and say their morale is good, which is pretty good in a virtual environment when they're working in isolation all across the state, except for once a month. So I think we're winning that war a bit, and I do think that longevity is helpful for us. Some of our most fantastic teachers are actually brand new teachers, because they don't have their mindset charted yet. And so they come to us and they recognize and are a little bit more open to the possibilities of what we do. So, but it is definitely something that we monitor and we take care of.
I was just curious if that was maybe one of the reasons for the letter grades, and especially the decreasing grades in the middle school and high school. Looking at your video that you showed, I was looking at the faces of the students, and it seemed like the young man on the lower right-hand side was maybe not as engaged. When you see a student that's maybe not as engaged, is there a way to, in some of the other charters where it's a physical charter, they can take them and put them into a special help program? Is that possible with the
Yes, so we tackle our less engaged students a variety of ways. So those student champions that I mentioned earlier also monitor engagement. And so they're reaching out, they're calling families, they're trying to find out what the situations surrounding those students are, what's happening with them, especially if there's been a life change event. So they're in constant contact. A teacher, such as in the situation that you saw, if she saw that the student was less engaged, she's likely turning right around after that class and connecting with that student. Hey, thank you for what you did share, but I couldn't really tell if you understood the concept, so can you meet me again and let's you and I just go through and make sure that you understand what went through, what we did in class.
So there's a process.
There is a process.
All right, final question. In looking at your grades, do you all quantify your improvement levels? So do you say to yourself, in elementary, I want to move from a D to a C? In how many years? I guess I'd be interested in knowing where your expectations are for the future.
Yes, so we definitely put goals out in front of our teachers, and they actually build goals for themselves. What are our leading measures going to be to moving our ESSA grade? We always put in front of our teachers to improve a grade in the coming year. Certainly that's attainable for our middle school and high school, that it's just slightly below. The middle school will still shoot for that next grade level up, but in reality, it may take a couple years because of the combination of the training of the parents and then where we see our scores coming in with reading and math. Another thing that's important to remember is that, often our students don't stay with us. So they're with us for a short time because they have a specific need. Maybe it's a life event. Talked to a great family who was leaving us and said, hey, we love ARVA. It's just that we're here because our son broke his leg, and so we schooled him at home this year, but now his leg's good and he's going back to his regular school so he can play football again. We were like, okay, good. Glad that we could help. So that's something that we battle as well, is that year-to-year growth sometimes is more difficult for us to chart because of the reasons that students come and go for us.
So I have a couple of questions. The first one, and it does kind of go back to the academic part. It looks like that you're serving about 65 dyslexic students. So that's a pretty small percentage, I think, out of the overall number. So I was wondering what you use for screening, and how are you using your data in your upper grades. You mentioned you had 30-something% of your students were scoring in the lowest category of ACT Aspire. Are you looking at the older students as well? Because I'm thinking if you're consistently lower achieving at elementary level, and if your middle and high school are now dropping, are there issues that maybe aren't being detected in terms of student needs? So could you talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. So we run an RTI program in all grade levels, so that does help us to identify some of those students that have those gaps in skills, and we hold those RTI sessions and work to remediate those gaps. An interesting thing, to your point, is that our actual ACT scores for the 11th grade this year we're just slightly below state average, but typically are at or just above state average. So it's sort of an interesting juxtaposition for us that in 9th and 10th grade we're below state average, but then when we hit the ACT we seem to be pretty well on the mark. But we are definitely monitoring those students through dyslexia screeners, through RTI processes. And then we also just utilize our classroom teachers to really identify students that don't seem to have those base skills so that we can pull them out and work with them one-on-one.
So what is your screening and your intervention
I'm
program?
going to ask Kristen Allen, our academic administrator, to come up and address that. She's very close to our dyslexia program and has spent some time as an elementary principal.
Okay.
So she's much more well-versed than I.
Hi, Kristen Allen, Academic Administrator. For dyslexia, our screener, we use this CTOP Level 2 screener, and so work through the RTI process, and then we progress monitor using Phonics First and DIPPLES.
Okay. So my second question, or yeah, I guess it's a question. You mentioned you have you've reached out to the Little Rock School District and talked about ways that maybe you could partner, and thinking about that with other school districts. What are you thinking that would look like? What are some?
Well, it's a great
It's
question
interesting.
because we're so early, we don't really know yet. So what we'd like to do, if districts are interested and they don't have the ability to offer some of the pathways that we can offer, what we would love to do is to be able to allow their students to take those CTE courses that lead to that pathway with us. That's what this sort of originally started out of some conversations that other charters were having with our CTE administrator, because they didn't have the resources to be able to do that, and they were wondering about those opportunities. So I certainly recognize that that's a fine line and a careful dance. But again, in the light of not being as concerned about what is easy as what is right for students, if we can help to advance career readiness of students in the state of Arkansas, we certainly want to be a part of that.
So I thought that was really interesting, and I appreciate you for reaching out, because those are the ways we're going to see the benefits for students. So just kind of asking those two questions, and going to what Dr. Kramers was asking as far as the enrollment cap. I think I would have concern based on the performance right now at your elementary levels and maybe the impact that it's having as far as an overall enrollment cap, but knowing at your upper grades, when I'm looking at the enrollment, it looks like really seventh grade is where you have a big jump in your enrollment.
Yes.
So if you needed more flexibility with the overall cap to move them by grade level, I don't know, are you limited by grade level in terms of how many students you can have? Because I would like to see the elementary things get shored up. So continuing with your dyslexia, with making sure you're getting students identified if there are issues with dyslexia, but also improving the core instruction around the science of reading. And I think as that improves, then you're going to continue to see the improvement all the way through. But I think just doing a blanket enrollment cap, I don't know if getting more students right now is going to make it easier to make those improvements. So is that something that could be considered if we gave you, do you need flexibility with your enrollment cap currently?
So yes and no. So basically we're holding our 8 through 12, not because the previous expansion was written in stone that we would have X number of students at each grade level, but we did present, as part of that expansion and approval, a certain target number for each of those levels. And we're currently over that number at the high school. We over-enroll a little bit because we have students that come and go with us. But what we didn't want to do in good faith with the panel was to just say, oh, we have, these 500-600 kids, we can just move that number up to the high school. So if that would be something that would meet the approval of the panel, certainly that would be consideration for us. We would also certainly welcome if we wanted to leave that, because we are under-enrolled pretty significantly in elementary based on what we put forward. And if the expansion was what we wanted to move forward with, and we wanted to designate those only for 8 to 10, then we certainly, or 8 to 12, we certainly would be appropriate and fine with that, or for just specific CTE seats as well, if you wanted to hold those for students that were seeking that.
Because on the information we have, it looks like you've got 2474 students, and you have the cap of 3,000, so you still have plenty of room within that cap.
Yes.
So I don't know if anybody else has any thoughts, but to me, bumping the cap on up even further is not, you still have plenty of room there. It just may be flexibility in where those students are. So,
Right. Originally in the expansion, we requested approval for 960 at the high school.
Okay.
And we're currently at 1,096, so we are over-enrolled, but we do, again, do that
You have more
normally because we have
students
quite a bit of
cycling in and out.
cycle in and out. So again, even though the expansion wasn't hard, fast in that way, we wanted to make sure and honor what we had presented in front of the panel as our goal for growth.
Does anybody have any thoughts or comments on that?
I like the idea of not increasing the overall cap, but giving the flexibility within what they have. I like that.
Some of the same things that you were saying, because when I was looking at my school info last night, it showed 2361 last year, which if we gave you the flexibility, it would be around 639 more. And then if we also gave you the 750, that'd be total close to 1,400 kids over the next 5 years. And until the grades and working on that get better, I would have hesitation about increasing it right now as well. So I'd be more comfortable with just the overall flexibility within the cap.
I actually had the same question that written down about the need for the increase myself.
Okay.
So I agree with the flexibility within the
Okay.
current cap.
Mr. Rogers, do you have questions?
No, I don't have questions. It's on the same things, just comments about the ESSA score index. When I was looking at it, it did bother me because over the last 3 years, the overall trend has been going down. And so that was just kind of stuck in my thoughts last night with it. But I understand what you're trying to do with it, and when you look back at your teacher turnover from the years, it wasn't even before, I think last year, it wasn't even a full year that you had teachers there. So I understand that as a thing as well. But given the non-increase in the overall cap, while we work on that, I'm more comfortable with it now.
Ms. Webb, there was a question about the standards for accreditation and anything pending. Is there okay, good deal. All right. So, overall from what I've heard today, you had a very good presentation. It's when charters come back for renewal, for me, I want to see success, and I want to see plans, like forward thinking, what are going to be the next steps. And, I think you're not able to show maybe the success that you know you need to, but you own that. But what I'm really encouraged by are the conversations around the partnerships, the positive movement with CTE students, more and more opportunities. Dr. Kramer seems to be very comfortable with that, so that's very, very encouraging. So I really do appreciate that, and the support for the coaches. I think that was another big thing, and I'm hoping that our family and community engagement team is able to think about this as part of maybe a different type of support that we could help investigate for all schools that have some type of virtual component, because it's going to be very difficult if students are just on their own with that.
And
So
we'd love to partner
Yeah.
with the department. If we can be of help at all, we certainly would be.
yeah, so those were all things that I found very encouraging. Does anybody else have a question?
Just have a comment. I just appreciate the legal review from ADE and the response from Arkansas Virtual Academy. I thought that was the record kind of sets a historical document of how we move forward in addressing these things in the future. So just a note of appreciation from both parties there.
Okay, Ms. Hyde, are there any remaining issues or anyone that has signed up that hasn't gotten to speak? Okay. Okay, panel, are there any conversations or?
Yeah, I have just a question. I was looking at what their request would be.
Okay.
And the first request makes sense. I'm looking at their presentation, the very last page. And I think we addressed the waiver piece of that. The enrollment increase is kind of wondering would that just be one? Do we need to take these separately, or can we take them all at the same time? And I'm assuming that the second enrollment, based on what I've heard, would be denial on the increase. Am I reading this correctly?
So Ms. Hyde, for the, because they've done a really good job of laying out what they're asking for, would a motion need to have separate provisions, or could we do a motion to approve but modify the request for the enrollment increase, but instead to just give them flexibility within their current 3,000 student cap.
Yeah, I don't think you need to do it in separate motions. I think you can make one motion and either approve it as it's presented or approve it with the modification, similarly to how you did yesterday when you limited the time and said we approve except for a 3-year renewal instead of 5-year, whatever it was. So I think you can do one motion.
Okay. Okay. If there's not any additional questions, if someone has a motion.
All right.
Don't everybody grab the microphone at once.
Okay. I move that we approve their requests as presented, with the exception of the enrollment increase.
And we had discussed allowing them the flexibility within that to enroll up to their current cap.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion,
Second.
motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, all right, we will record our votes and give you feedback in just a moment, okay? All right. All right, Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, I voted to approve the request, and I personally, I thought the future focus on academics was important in my decision.
Okay. Dr. Kramers?
I approve the motion. There is a thoughtful process for academic improvement through student-focused strategies and teacher improvement strategies. They are implementing CTE well and provide additional opportunities for students.
Mr. Rogers?
I voted for the motion, as I said previously, the ESSA score index is a concern, but I feel the charter is moving in the right direction to address those issues.
Okay. Mr. Wilson?
Voted for the motion. I was satisfied that the plan and emphasis on academic improvement was sufficient,
Okay.
is sufficient.
Dr. Williams?
Support the motion for a 5-year renewal with the stated focus and the waiver. This will allow them to continue to serve a population of students to have access to education.
All right. Thank you for being here today, and we look forward to seeing the good work with students. Okay. All right. Does anyone need to take a break before we move to the next item?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So let's do a 5-minute break, and we will come back and have our next hearing. Well, we lost two more. No, 5 minutes. I should know every time I say 5, it's 10 or 15. Okay. We're ready? All right. We're going to move on to item number 2 for our hearing on the charter school renewal application for Capital City Lighthouse.
Capital City Lighthouse is an open enrollment charter that was initially authorized on October 15th of 2014. They currently serve students in grades K through 5 and have an enrollment cap of 750. They are requesting renewal of their charter for 3 years through 2023, which there should be a correction on the agenda. They are currently accredited with standards for accreditation, and there are 2 individuals signed up to speak in support of Capital City Lighthouse.
Okay. You said they currently are accredited.
They are.
Everything
Yes.
good? Okay. All right. Will all representatives of the charter and anyone speaking in did you need something else? Oh, okay. I think we've got names here. Okay. So representatives of the charter and anyone speaking in opposition, please stand to receive the oath. Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. All right. So you have 20 minutes to give a presentation, and I'll let you all just flow through the presentation. As you come up to the microphone, just please state your name and title for the record, and you're recognized.
Right. Good morning. My name is Rosanna Malanga. I am the principal at Capital City Lighthouse Charter School. Capital City Lighthouse opened its doors to families in 2015 with grades K through 5. Currently, Capital City Lighthouse serves 167 scholars in grades K through 5. Previously, we served grades K through 8 in 2018-2019, but due to the historical flood in May of 2019, we had to make an emergency change in location for Capital City staff and scholars. During the flood, our upper academy that housed grades 3 through 8 was damaged. We were no longer able to have school on our campus. All scholars were transported to our Jacksonville Lighthouse campuses to complete the year with their teachers and peers. In the face of change, scholars and their families remained supportive. Since the change, scholars in grades 6 through 8 were offered seats at our sister schools in Jacksonville. Our families stayed with us and have shown that they support our education model. We serve a unique demographic of scholars. Our student population consists of 87% African American, 7% Hispanic or Latino, 4% are 2 or more races, and 2% are Caucasian. Capital City Lighthouse currently serves 45 families. Every scholar that attends Capital City Lighthouse receives free breakfast and lunch daily, in addition to a healthy afternoon snack. 11% of the population is identified as students needing special services. 28.6% of the scholars in K through 2 were identified as having dyslexia indicators. The students currently receive interventions with a dyslexia interventionist. 2.5% of the families identify as homeless. Less than 1% of the population represent gifted and talented. 72% of our families utilize our daily bus transportation. This allows us to serve a wider array of families. Many of these families have varying statuses, ranging from special education to those families identifying as homeless. Our model implements strong curriculum across the board in all subjects and grade levels. Capital City has a strong social and emotional program within our school. We have partnered with the People Advocating for Transition, also known as the PAT Center. We have a licensed therapist that comes in daily and works with our scholars, either one-on-one or with small groups based on the data. We also offer a strong college-ready academic program. Grades K through 4 participate in a RISE-based literacy block daily. Our RTI time is used to meet scholars where they are and take them above that level by providing them with strategies that work best for them. Daily, scholars receive reading RTI that focuses directly on their specified growth areas. Teachers are able to meet the scholars where they are and build upon their strengths and their growth areas. This has helped tremendously. And lastly, grade 5 participates in a personalized platform through Summit Learning. Capital City places a high emphasis on scholars' social and emotional needs. We continue to place attention on healthy relationships amongst teachers and scholars. Some of the modalities used to address school-wide social and emotional behaviors are morning meetings, which are done daily, town halls, which are held bi-weekly, and ACES, core values, which is our lighthouse model, as well as restorative practices, which include small groups and one-on-one sessions with our culture coordinator. Capital City Lighthouse has chosen to take a different approach as it relates to discipline. We have shifted to taking a more proactive approach by dealing with the issues before they arise. We do this by intentionally building relationships and trust with our scholars. Currently, we have 11% of our scholars that receive mental and behavioral services with the PAT Center. There is a high need to teach scholars how to respond to their peers and adults when they are frustrated, upset, sad, and/or confused. In addition to the mental and behavioral health services, Capital City has a culture coordinator. Our culture coordinator helps many of our scholars work through their actions and feelings through restorative circles, small group and individualized one-on-one sessions. He is able to meet with parents and scholars to help bridge that gap between home and school. Capital City has placed a huge emphasis on healthy relationships amongst staff, students, parents, and the community. Teachers have actively participated in trainings such as Restorative Classroom, which houses our morning meetings, trauma trainings, and restorative circles, to name a few. Every morning, scholars and staff participate in morning meeting. During this time, scholars and staff are able to express in a safe environment how they feel, their challenges, their joys, and encourage one another. This is also the time scholars take to team build and truly get to know one another. The intentional time and space for morning meeting has truly built a sense of family throughout grade levels, classrooms, and created a calm and safe environment. Our restorative approach promotes resolving conflict in a constructive manner, ultimately leading to increased learning opportunities. As a result of having this model, we have been able to keep a 1% or less suspension rate. With such a huge emphasis on culture with the scholars, we have ensured that our staff feels empowered to better handle social and emotional issues that arise. Based on an ongoing needs assessment, we determined the learning focus of our teaching and learning needed customization. Currently, our focus is culture-based. Our culture coordinator attended the trauma-informed training and conducts ongoing trainings with the staff on how to successfully work with scholars who have experienced some form of trauma. All staff went through the initial framework for understanding poverty training with a Ruby Payne consultant. Trainings continue during grade level meetings. Capital City has also partnered with the Arkansas Department of Education by taking part in the Solution Tree Coaching Academy on professional learning communities. We understand that professional learning communities at work in our building will result in a greater understanding for teachers, yielding a greater outcome in intentional teaching and learning. As mentioned previously, we dedicate a large amount of time to our schedule to incorporate the science of reading. We utilize core knowledge and Haggerty in grades K through 2 and expeditionary learning and word study in grades 3 and 4 to support the science of reading. 5th grade uses Summit Learning. Capital City is very deliberate in ensuring there is a strong small group focus each day for every scholar. Teachers are able to work with scholars on their level with a given standard, while other scholars work within small group focus areas. In these areas, scholars may utilize technology, work on a writing standard, or work through a task directly connected to the focus standard. Currently, we have 4 teachers going through RISE training, 6 teachers going through Brains Read training with Dr. Howard. We are committed to ensuring our entire staff, K through 5th grade, are equipped to support scholars in their reading growth. We have a newly hired dyslexia interventionist who works directly with all scholars who have indicators for dyslexia, along with a dedicated paraprofessional who works with small groups of scholars daily. We will continue to use evidence-based programs from the Orton-Gillingham-based system.
Good morning. My name is John Osborne. I serve as the Assistant Principal of Instruction for Capital City Lighthouse. We have shown increases in our math achievement over the 4 years of our charter, and we will continue to do so by focusing on the following areas. Eureka Math is a math curriculum that focuses on components of fluency, conceptual understanding, and application to create a rigorous and strong learning experience for all of our scholars grades K through 4. This curriculum is completely aligned with the Arkansas State standards. We use MobyMax in all grades to support fluency and conceptual understanding. Small group instruction during regular math class is a required component of daily instruction and lesson planning. Teachers are able to truly break apart the content and construct students' understandings of a concept. This ensures we are meeting all students where they are. All staff went through Eureka Math training this summer with great minds. Currently, we have Eureka Math coaches who come in and work with our teachers. The coaches do pre-sessions, observations, and post-sessions to work in planning sessions with the teachers. We have support from APSRC math specialists. Last year, my role with Arkansas Lighthouse was the math specialist for the district, but this year, my entire time is dedicated to Capital City. We utilize investigations and open-ended response content analysis tasks. This has forced our scholars to become critical and perceptive thinkers. We are committed to not only improving the education of our scholars, but of our staff as well. Summit Learning is a personalized learning platform that helps scholars connect their long-term goals to their daily actions. Much like a textbook, all curriculum is housed online, and with daily goal setting, it allows scholars to move through the platform at an appropriate pace for them. A highly qualified, licensed teacher leads the class by teaching habits of success, the use of small group instruction, and individual mentoring. This program was highly successful to the culture and scores of our 6th graders last year, as you can see on the handout that you received. Currently, Summit is being used with our 5th graders. Again, if you refer to the handout, it shows a data comparison of the 6th grade cohort when they were 5th graders in the 17-18 year compared to when they were 6th graders in the 18-19 year, and of the 6th grade class in 17-18 compared to the 6th grade class in the 18-19 school year. As noted earlier, 100% of our teachers and administrators are either RISE trained, going through RISE, or going through Brains Reads training. Our district dyslexia interventionist provides professional development with teachers before and after school on strategies to use in the classroom. At Capital City, we know it takes a village to support and educate our children. With this in mind, we've begun to build even stronger supports for and connections with our families. Capital City now hosts parent universities monthly. Parent universities are evenings where parents have the opportunity to engage in their scholars' classroom environment. Parents and guardians learn concepts that are currently being taught in the classroom alongside their child. They are able to engage in collaborative conversations with their children and their teachers. In addition to helping our families understand how to academically support our scholars while at home, we also provide additional resources to help our families become and remain strong for their children. Understanding that many of our families and scholars have dealt with some form of trauma, we find it equally important that the PAT Center is available as a resource for families, not just scholars. Over the course of our charter, our family satisfaction has been at an average of 86% based on annual surveys. Our results have increased by 15% over the course of our charter, showing that families are increasingly satisfied. Through intentional small group instruction, clear vertical alignment, and professional development catered toward teaching specific teaching strategies, we've improved. Due to our efforts, the Office for Education and Policy has awarded us with the Beating the Odds statewide ELA growth high school level and Beating the Odds high ELA growth high school level Central Region Awards, and recognized us for high ELA growth, even though we serve an extremely high population of free and reduced lunch. We were one of only 10 schools to receive this award. Our school is making improvements on all academic ESSA indicators with great gains in our priority area, which is reading. Being a data-driven school allows us to make timely and beneficial decisions for our scholars. Teachers and admin are able to analyze data and create plans of action that we can immediately implement. The following data shows the improvements we have made in just 1 year by altering our academic focus and our strategies. Achievement has increased in every subject from the 17-18 to the 18-19 school year. Our overall reading readiness level increased by almost 9%. Our overall English readiness level increased by almost 11%, and our overall math readiness level on ACT Aspire increased by almost 12%. We are showing clear improvements in every subject across the school. Based on our school ESSA report, we did improve from the 17-18 to the 18-19 school year in weighted achievement and value-added growth, thus showing our scholars are improving in their learning. We're showing growth, but in order to accelerate even greater lengths, we are focused on science, grade level reading, and attendance. In analyzing our SQSS score, it was determined that Capital City had 58 scholars that represented 19 families. 38 of those scholars with those 19 families that were chronically absent over 10% of their time at Capital City, which attributed to a 24.66% chronically absent rate. We also determined with a decrease of 3% in science achievement and a 10% decrease in science growth, our SQSS was affected even more. This led to our proactive approach to our current school year to focus on science and attendance. We've infused science into our math classes and have provided additional resources and training to teach science. We've incorporated reading and interpreting graphs and tables in math and science classes. We focus heavily on the measurement data standards in math, and we provide investigations, open-ended content response tasks for science and math. For attendance, we have actively implemented a school-wide plan for individual scholars and families. We meet with parents on a consistent basis when we know they struggle with attendance or their scholars are chronically absent. With this focus, we now have attendance meetings with the families of a scholar who's showing chronically absent. We've implemented our attendance team made up of teachers and administrators that go out for home visits. We run an additional bus route every morning to go back and pick up those scholars who might have missed the bus the first time around. In addition to focusing on families and scholars with chronic attendance, we also celebrate and recognize school-wide for all families and scholars who are attending school on a consistent basis. Each month, a class is awarded with the Traveling Attendance Award. We have also analyzed the data for students who've spent at least 3 years with us at Capital City. Every single cohort has increased their scale score in reading, with 8th grade cohort increasing the most by over 6 scale points in their time at Capital City. Students who stay with us show growth in their reading. Capital City also uses the national NWA assessment to determine specific levels of need as related to RTI and other reading, math-based interventions. We expect our students to perform above the norm. We expect our students to grow by at least 1.25 years every year. For 2 years, we exceeded our charter goal of 1.25 years of growth, and over our 4 years, we've shown an average growth of 1.2 years in reading every year, well above the average growth of students across the country. Last week, we took the winter portion of NWA, and already when you compare our current scores to our scores at this time last year, 13% more scholars are meeting their growth, and 11% overall more growth is being met now. On NWA and math, we have shown over a year growth average over our 4-year charter, with 1.1 years of growth, again above the national average. For 2 years in our charter, we exceeded the 1.25 year goal, and in 3 of the years, we met or exceeded a full year of growth. This data allows us to place scholars in RTI and provide specific interventions based on their lacking skills.
My name is Rosanna Malanga. We have truly developed a foundation of success. Upon reviewing the data and demographics of our scholars from 2015 until current, there has been a significant gain in the number of scholars receiving free and reduced lunch. We went from 77% to currently 100% of our scholars identifying in the category of free and reduced lunch. Also, our special education demographic has increased vastly. Implementing research-based RISE instruction, research-based RTI instruction, and summit learning, we have truly began the work that focuses on what our scholars need. And lastly, bridging the gap between school and family, our healthy relationship design element, and providing our families with the support needed has truly shifted the culture for Capital City. As you can see, we are pushing in the right direction for greater expectations by leading and learning as a community. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone to speak in opposition, Ms. Hyatt?
There are several people that signed up. I don't believe any of them intend to speak in opposition, but if anyone is here to speak in opposition, now's the time. Okay. I think they signed up not to speak during the next 5 minutes, but to speak in support of the school. So if you would like to allow public comment after the end of the 5 additional minutes that they have, you just need to vote to hear it, and then you can allow those that signed up.
Okay. So does the school, do you wish to use the additional 5 minutes to add anything additional? Okay.
Good morning, Lanisha Roberts, Executive Director for Capital City Lighthouse. First of all, I would like to thank you, panel members, for taking time out of your busy schedule to come and visit our campus to see the great work that is happening. When you visited our campus, you saw the authentic version of what happens every day at Capital City. We hope you witnessed high-level student engagement and saw that our scholars want to be there. Now, you have heard with great conviction from our school leaders the hard work and dedication that the staff has poured into the school and of the academic successes and challenges. The work that is happening is intentional and deliberate. We know that with the strong social and emotional learning environment that has been created, the commitment of the school staff and faculty, support from our stakeholders, and the improvement of the academic performance, we know that Capital City Lighthouse is headed in the right direction to move the school forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So panel, seeing that we do have several who've signed up for public comment, would you like to hear public comment?
Yes, I would.
Okay, so we need to do a motion, okay? So we'll need a motion for that.
So move.
Okay, have a motion and a second. Should we discuss how long public comment will be or any?
So the default is that everyone that signed up, and there are 2, will have 3 minutes to give public comment. If you're fine with that, you don't need to change it. If you'd like to alter it, the chair can always allow additional time for someone to finish their comment.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to hear public comment, and that will afford everybody 3 minutes each. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, all right, we will do, so our first one is it Patrice Howard?
Good morning.
If you'll just state your name for the record, you're recognized.
My name is Patrice Howard, and I'm the mother of 3 scholars that attends Capital City in North Little Rock. And I'm very pleased and happy. To make a long story short, before my scholars started going to Capital City, I called around, trying to find a better school for my kids. And Capital City, they was there for me and my kids. When I say they doing such a wonderful job, I mean over wonderful, it's marvelous. I'm so happy with everything that they does for not just my three that attends, but for me and for my other children. I'm extremely happy with Capital City, the team members and all. When I say I was going through so much at the previous school, I didn't know where to go. I've went to several schools trying to get my kids out of one school and into another. All of them turned me down, but when I called Capital City, they told me to come on in. I filled out the application for all three of my scholars, and ever since then, when I say that, it's so amazing. It's a blessing from God that I found this school, and they is willing to help me. And they so amazing. They is so amazing with everything that they do. Everything. My kids, my youngest son, Roderick, when he first attended, he was very quiet. He didn't even know how to write his name. My son is now doing whole sentences. And I think Capital City, my son, Marquise, I did not know that he needed services. When I say they doing all that they can, when they going overboard and beyond with all type of services for my kids. I have a son that's bipolar schizophrenic, and when I say the school that he used to go to, the only thing that they will do is kick my son out of school, but there comes Capital City, instead of them sending my son home because he's missing out on his education, they choose to help him and help me with my son instead of sending him home. Like I told Boone Park, my son is not getting no education if he's constantly being sent home. So therefore, ever since my son has been going to Capital City, it's been so amazing, and I want to thank everybody that's at Capital City, and I wouldn't have it no other way. They the best school that my kids has ever went to. My kids are happy. I don't have no complaints at all of Capital City, at all. I am more than grateful for Capital City.
Thank you, and we appreciate you being here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I appreciate every last one of y'all. Thank you.
Okay, the next one is Kylie, and I don't want to mispronounce the last name. Somebody, can you help me? Kinnicky. You can look at my last name and know that I have to spell it a lot, so it's Kinnicky.
My name's Kylie Kinnicky, and I'm an occupational therapist, and I serve as the Lighthouse Charter Schools. I'm here today in support of the renewal for the school. There's three things I want to talk about. As an occupational therapist, we focus on the child's occupations: play, self-care, going and being social and being involved in school, and handwriting, and all those aspects that come together. So what I have seen at my time at these schools is the culture of the school. The first thing when you walk in the door, you feel love. Immediately feel loved, and that's what these students need. They need to know that we need them just as much as they need us. The consistency of the school is important. Sometimes they don't have the consistency in their lives that we are able to provide as being active participants in their life, but it goes further than that. We hug, we share them, tell them how much we care about them, how much we want them to be successful. I service Miss Patrice that just spoke, her children, and the difference I've seen in just the time I've worked with them is just tremendous, coming out of their shell and wanting to grow. Some things that we're doing and that I've been helping with at the school is building a food pantry, a clothes pantry. The community outings that we've done, we have gone on a field trip to a Christmas tree farm. We went to CC's Pizza, and we were able to get the trip fully funded for these children to have an experience that many of them have never crossed over the Arkansas River. And it was incredible to see their faces and talk about this experience. And these types of things are incentives so that we can boost the attendance. So if we can get these kids attending school and making it worthwhile, then they're going to come back. They're going to keep coming for more, and we're going to create more opportunities coming this spring and in the future years to get these kids there so that they see the importance in that. We want them there, and we want them to experience that. Also, tomorrow we're hosting a fully funded family feast for these students and their families to come eat a Christmas meal as a family. We're going to have someone dressed up as Santa, and they're going to get to experience getting presents, and it's going to be a time for them to experience community, something that many of them might not get. And I'm super excited to be a part of working with Lighthouse Schools to enjoy this. Some of the kids that I work with have also been wrapping presents, so understanding that you don't always get to receive, that sometimes we have to give, that we have to learn the importance of giving and being grateful for what we do have. I've seen academic improvements in the time I've worked with them. The teachers are coming to the speech language pathologist and myself and telling us about the improvement that one of the children had on their reading or their science or their math, and they're proud to tell us. And it goes to show that what we're doing, we're just reiterating the importance of what's important in the classroom. So their reading, their writing, and their problem-solving skills are improving. And then we also want to make sure that they know that we're going to meet the basic needs of these students so that they can attend and come back to school. We want them to have those needs met so that they can be successful in the classroom. And last thing is, we want to involve the families so that we can break the cycle. It's really important that we teach the families the importance of education as well as the students so that they can grow up and achieve great things. They talk about what they want to be when they grow up, and we want those dreams to become reality. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Panel, we've typically gone to the legal review first before individual questions. Are you good to do that?
Yes.
Okay. So, Ms. Hyatt? Looks like there may be a couple of things.
Mary Claire Hyatt with the division. Yes, ma'am, there are just a few remaining concerns. Hopefully it won't take too long. The first, on the Board of Directors waivers, they've had these for a while, but they are missing a piece that they need to effectuate some of the waivers. So they have a waiver of how they appoint board members, which is really common, but there is a section in the law, which is at 613, 612, which deals with if someone is convicted of a felony or a crime, they are removed. They don't have a waiver of that part, but there is one section in that law that says they have to fill the vacancy caused by that removal the same way that the other laws require you to fill vacancies. They need a waiver of 613, 612C in order to make sure that they can fill that vacancy the way that they normally fill positions.
Trip Walter, APSRC, on behalf of Capital City Lighthouse, we would ask to add a waiver of Arkansas Code annotated section 613, 612C in response to division legal comments.
The next is, and we've seen this earlier today, in the personnel policy sections, they've requested waivers of 617-208 and 617-210. 617-208 says that the school must have a grievance procedure for teachers, and 617-210 says that teachers are allowed to have a witness or a representative at any disciplinary or grievance matter. I'd just like them to give you a little bit of the rationale behind those waiver requests so that you can ensure that teachers are getting due process.
Capital City Lighthouse does have extensive personnel policies in place to allow for proper due process and teacher and other staff's rights. Again, this is a kind of a charter unique thing. As you may know, Capital City Lighthouse has waivers from Teacher Fair Dismissal Act and Public Employee Fair Hearing Act, which means that all their staff, regardless of what the job function or certification, are at-will employees. And the main reason they do not have the grievance and other procedures is just because they are incompatible with an at-will system of employment and termination and firing and hiring.
So I don't have any remaining legal concerns on that, as long as you guys are fine with the rationale. The next, this is a set of new waivers that they're requesting. So they asked for 3 waivers at 617, 111, 617, 114, and 617, 117, which are duty-free lunch, daily planning period, and non-instructional duties. So the non-instructional duties law says they can only have so many minutes of non-instructional duties per day without being compensated. The daily planning period law says that they should receive 40 minutes of planning period per day. And then duty-free lunch, they should be able to have some time for lunch with no assigned duties. My questions really weren't legal in nature, but more if with the combination of those things, how do they plan to ensure that teachers aren't being overloaded, that they have adequate planning time and can adequately prepare to educate all of their students, and have breaks and time to eat. And so I'd like them to just give a little bit of information to the panel about how they plan to ensure those things.
With the panel's indulgence, I'd like to do this one in 2 pieces. I'll set the legal framework, and then Ms. Roberts can give you specific examples of how it works to address Ms. Hyatt's concern about teacher overwork and those kind of things. First of all, on the planning period, want to be clear that Capital City is not requesting a waiver of the 200-minute per week requirement for planning period. As you're probably aware, there's a second component of that statute, and that is the 200 minutes have to be given in blocks or increments of at least 40 minutes. And that's one thing that Capital City, due to their educational system, wishes to have the flexibility to, again, give at least 200 minutes a week, but not necessarily in 40-minute pieces. All teachers will continue to receive duty-free lunches, with an occasional exception to accommodate for student learning, taking into account the school staffing, and that's kind of the legal framework, and then Ms. Roberts will address the specific personnel issues.
Good morning, Lanisha Roberts again. So just to, I guess, piggyback on what Tripp said, we do not plan on taking away planning periods at all. This is on an as needed, if we need this to use this. I can tell you we haven't had to use it. We could probably count on our hands, but some days, for instance, the PLC training, we have 5 staff out of the building. We may have to, if we can't get enough subs, because subs are hard to find now, especially highly qualified subs. We try to make sure that our students are still receiving a quality education, so we may rotate teachers in, but they'll get their planning period at a different time. We don't want to give a set time on those days. As I stated, we haven't had those issues a lot, but just in case, because of staffing, we may need to use that at some point. As well as duty-free lunches. They get a lunch every day, duty-free, but we may need to switch it around, like versus you going at 10:45, you may have to go at 12:45 today. So we just want that flexibility to be able to do those things, not asking for anything else. Sometimes with the planning period, if we need to allow them to do their planning period during non-student instructional time, during their contract time, we may use that, but as I stated before, it's very seldom, very rare. I don't think Ms. Malango has had to use that this year, but we do want that flexibility to have that in place if that situation arises.
If you take my paper, I might not know what to say. The last thing I'd just like to clarify for the record, I think we got it clear in the legal review, but I just want to make sure. In the guidance counselor waivers, they originally asked for a waiver of the entire guidance counselor new law. I think they have narrowed it just to the two small provisions they need, 618 2003 A2A, which is the guidance counselor licensure, and 618 2004, which is the 90% 10% guidance counselor student direct versus indirect services ratio. As long as, and they provided a really lengthy explanation in the legal review. I'm sure they'd be happy to share it with you now, but I just want to make sure that those are the only two provisions that they are requesting so that we have a clear record.
On behalf of Lighthouse, I will confirm that, and just to kind of wrap up, the third piece is the comprehensive counseling plan itself, and by not seeking a waiver of that, we verify that that plan and all the components of it will be provided by Lighthouse counselors.
That's all.
Are there any questions, panel members, on the review? Okay. All right. Thank you. And just to clarify, before we move to individual questions, the hearing today, is that for the K-5 campus? That's what we're looking at, correct? The K-5. So just really quick, Mr. Osborne, the data that you were showing, is that data reflected of K-5, or is that also including the upper academy? Was the data you showing, was that just for K-5?
Yes, ma'am. That was for the elementary campus.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. All right. We'll start with Mr. Baldwin. Do you have questions?
Yes, thank you. So I appreciate the additional information about the improvement in the achievement of the scholars, and I think that's really good. Going back to your application, I did have a question on what you all called mobility, and that is the students that have multiple homes that move around. Is that still something that you have to deal with? And then also in that same paragraph you talked about childhood trauma. I just wanted you to expand on that a bit.
Lanisha Roberts again. So the mobility rate has been students that's in and out, like moving out of the school, then maybe coming back a year later, or within the middle of the year. We have so many students that transition out, but then we have another group that may transition in. It's just a highly mobile area. As it relates to the trauma, we do have many of our families that deal with a lot of trauma, and that was the one thing that we did at the end of last year, like how do we get to the root causes so we can get to the academic piece? And we have to be able to really be able to support our scholars. So we did a lot of intensive training with our staff, because part of it is that they didn't know how to deal with some of the situations. And so just partnering with the PAT Center has been helpful. They had 2 trauma-informed trainings that they attended, and it was really an eye-opener on how to respond to those scholars in their need. So that's really been the basis of our focus, is that trauma-informed, just building healthy relationships, and that's knowing how to navigate and communicate with scholars that deal with so much.
Okay. Dr. Kramers?
Is there any midterm assessment data for 1920, kind of looking at how things look so far for this year?
John Osborne, yes, ma'am. So we took the NWA, which is the national assessment we use for our charter. For math scores, they were consistent with where we were at this time last year. So still showing growth, about a 1% higher now than then. For reading, that's where we saw the biggest change so far. We have 13% more students than we did last year meeting their goal. NWA says that about this time you should have about 35% meeting it. Last year at this time we had 29% meeting it in reading. As of last week we had 42% meeting it. For overall growth being met, last year at this time we had 60% of the growth being met. At the same time this year we have 71% growth being met in reading.
Because it's it's nice to see the huge steps that are happening. What would you say overall attributed to such large increases across the board?
That's a
Just to speak to some of the things, Rosanna Malanga, sorry, just to speak to some of the things that attributed to the growth. Intentional PDIs, so we have what we call professional development institutes that we hold once a month. But in addition to that, we have live coaching sessions. So that's where myself and Mr. Osborne actually go into the classrooms. So anything that has been rolled out in reading or math, we're actually able to go in and work side by side with the teachers, as well as conducting professional learning communities every week with teachers. And that's where we can have that intimate space to roll out different strategies that will work for students, or different things that are coming down that we know will help with those scholars. Building in time where teachers are actually doing read alouds, where students are able to give feedback on what they're learning or specific comprehension questions, being very intentional during that RTI time. All of our scholars participate in RTI every morning, and so we're able to really dive into the science of reading during that time, as well as having those specific blocks during the day.
That's great, thank you. And I think your comprehensive approach, you're meeting social, emotional, the academic pieces, so there's kind of a multi-pronged strategy, because really you have to come at it from many different angles when you're working with a population that needs additional support. So that's good, thank you.
Thank you.
I think this is more of a comment than really a question. Mr. Baldwin and I had an opportunity to go out and do a visit, and I get to visit a lot of schools and have been a teacher myself and so forth. I try to triangulate things when I go out to a school to determine whether it's really happening. And that is what I see and what I hear. I think we went into nearly every classroom to observe what is said by those that are presenting, and the actual test scores that's so looking at those three things there. I will just sum it up and say I was extremely impressed. I don't know how, I was very concerned about the F letter grade. I mean, I can't help but be concerned about that. When I look at the population of students, and I observed how hard the teachers were working, I looked at all the things that are surrounding the students to support the students. I look at the growth that you are achieving. A lot of schools with this population are not achieving the growth that you all are achieving. Also, I noticed I go back here to page, I think it was 17, the awards that you received based on growth from the University of Arkansas there. So I think you all, you're onto something here. Teaching and learning was taking place. Kids were engaged. I mean, every classroom, you're always looking for that little group of, I got two grandsons, 4 and 5 years old. So I'm looking for the little group of boys over there that's just not just, they're there, but they're not just totally like the little fellow on the screen up there. Boys are boys. Everybody was engaged. Teachers were doing an outstanding job of teaching. So I think somehow or another, from ADE's perspective, we need to be able to capture when things are happening right. And what I mean by that, the letter grade is an F, but there is growth coming along. Now, where they are would not be because the kids are coming in where they are. We used to say in education, probably still make the statement that parents send you the best that they have. And the best that they have is wherever they're at. And you all are taking the students where they're at, and they are improving. I can't add anything. I mean, as a parent, as a former teacher, that's what I'm looking to see. So that's just my comments. I didn't really have a question, because I asked a lot of questions when I was actually on site.
Yes. Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to add on to Dr. Williams' comments about the visit we made. And I can't do any better than what he just said, but I want you guys to know, and you all saw me take a picture of the leadership wall that you had, which I have used at our bank's Board of Directors Strategic Retreat, because it was so good. And it was a 5th grade class teaching a bunch of older bankers how to lead, so it was really well done.
Good. And to your point, I think one of the things that we've tried to start doing is featuring schools on the move and looking at, and so that's why I think the slide 22 caught my attention, and I asked to make sure that the data was
Yes.
capturing, because what that's showing is the 3-year cohort data. So the students who have enrolled in the school and are staying with the school are demonstrating the improvements that you're talking about. And we can't always capture every single school, but we are looking more and more at those schools that either their achievement or their growth or their graduation rate or their another component in their SS School Index is really a standout. We're looking at that because we know within that SQSS those improvements drive
Yes.
the achievement and growth, and we know that the growth drives the achievement. So you are correct in what you say. So that's something to continue to work on.
And now we don't want to rest on their laurels now. I mean,
No. No, because it is still a concern when you see performance over time that hasn't moved to the point where we know you want to be. My question is, when I look, I just pulled it up on my school info, and when I look at the information page, there's a place where we can capture if there are before school or after school programs, summer programs, weekend programs, and it's showing no all across the board, and it's also showing that you're not participating in any of the breakfast or lunch programs like CEP or Provision 2 or Breakfast After the Bell or anything like that. So I don't know whether that's just not being captured here or if those are some things that maybe you could speak to.
Lanisha Roberts. We actually did have after school, because so many of the kids have so many responsibilities sometimes after school, it's a struggle to get that group that we need there, but we did have after school last year between January and March through spring break, where we targeted kids to make sure that we were closing the gap on some of those kids that were right there at the cusp. And I think that's why you saw the achievement rise, because we had some kids that were close that we moved to ready. We are intending on applying for the 21st Century Grant this year. Our Pine Bluff School has it, so we're going to apply for that to make sure that we can really offer a robust before and after school program, because we think it'll be needed. But
What is your school day? What
it's
is?
from 7:45 to 3:45. But the kids, the bus routes start early.
Sure.
Yep.
Sure, but I know a lot of times that, especially if your model is designed to serve students who have needs that maybe need to be met outside the traditional school day. I know like an extended day model, extended year models can be good. So, just
And we do
looking
have
at the-
190 days as well for our students. So they go.
So your students go 190 days? Okay.
So it's an
you do have an
extended year.
extended year? Okay.
Yes. And we also are participants in the CEP.
Okay.
So,
We
yes.
just need to make sure that
Yes.
then gets captured on my school info. So, thank you.
I noticed the same thing on the free and reduced lunch, but yet they said they had free
Yes.
lunch and breakfast also.
Okay. Question, Mr. Rogers?
I don't have any questions. I went out to the school too, and did see well, I guess I do have some questions, I think. But, so what's the teacher turnover like now?
John Osborne. So this year we have had the lowest amount of teacher turnover we've had in the history of the charter, with over 80% retention.
And then some of the other things we talked about when there was the changes that you'd done in school culture, and I didn't know if you talked about it in your presentation when I stepped out, but I just wanted you to kind of touch on that, the difference in from the year before to the last year, the changes that you have done in school culture that have changed the way you operate your school.
Yeah, so with school culture, we have a full-time culture coordinator. As we mentioned, we still use the restorative practice that has been in place for a while. So our goal, reduce suspension to reduce or actually eliminate expulsions, and we do more restorative morning meetings, restorative circles where we repair anything that's happened. Our culture coordinator has been with Lighthouse for the last, I believe, 8 or 9 years in a culture coordinator position. Now we have myself and Ms. Malonga, who have both been trained in the restorative practices. So, and then with this, with such a higher rate of returning teachers, the majority of our teachers have had now extensive practice and understanding and training of what we're trying to do with that. And as a whole, it's changed our culture from you do this, here's your consequence, to this has happened, let's figure out why it's happened and how we can fix it. And so as a whole, you can see that happening in the school, I'd say mainly because of the consistency we now have.
And the reason I asked that is because the last question is how, I just want to talk about how you've improved attendance, because when we were there, that was one of the things we talked about, is that really hurts your ESSA score indexes, because the attendance gets low, because as they talked about, the kids are coming in and out. So I just wanted you to touch on how you've improved attendance as well.
So there is an overall feeling now of excitement. As was mentioned earlier, scholars want to be at the school, they want to be at the building. Not only are we providing those extra resources, such as the additional bus route, the attendance team with home visits, the continuation of meeting with parents, but there's also a lot more positive celebrations for scholars that are there continuously. So we have in the hallway, I believe it was there, listed the percent rate of every single classroom and where they are. We have a trophy that the class with the highest attendance each month gets. We celebrate individual scholars every morning with a free gene pass or a celebration. We'll sing their name out to the whole school, recognize them for perfect attendance or for high attendance. During the summer, we went outside and created a long row with everyone on side by side and let students run through and celebrate for being there with high attendance. We've reduced our overall trending toward chronically absent, and then when you compare month by month, we are showing higher percentages than we did last year every single month.
That just answered my question, but let me follow that up. Do you have some idea how your attendance rates compare to the traditional public schools in the area? Does anybody know that? I expect from what you told us today that your attendance rates are much better than anybody else's or comparable schools around, because of the effort you go to get these kids in school, and it's paying off, it sounds like.
I don't have a hard answer for yes or no, but I would strongly assume that yes, we do.
Keep doing it. Go fetch it. Get them there.
Okay. Are there any remaining questions?
So on the renewal, it's asking for a 4-year?
3 years.
3 years, okay.
3 years.
And I think that's kind of the right, given that it is an F school in the grade, I think in the fact that they are, growth is what we're hanging our hat on here. So we don't want the growth to slack off any now. 3 years, I think is probably the right number. I don't think it should be any longer.
Okay. Did you have a question?
I was going to ask about the waivers. There seem to be a number of different waivers passing through. Maybe get those summarized by
Okay.
somebody.
Ms. Hyatt, on the waivers, on their application, they had everything listed. I'm assuming most of those are waivers that they had already had in place, and the legal review were just waivers that you had questions about. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. So on the application, part of the application is they have to list every single waiver that they currently hold that they wish to keep, as well as any new waivers. The legal review is only those that I had concerns about, otherwise we would be here for days. I think they only asked for a couple of new waivers that we kind of went over, the guidance counselor and then the duty-free lunch. The other waivers they've had, they pared down some of them because it used to be the panel's practice to kind of give large blocks of waivers, and that's kind of, as Dr. Pfeffer said, as the panel's matured, we've started narrowing the scope of those. So I'm happy to send you some additional documentation after today with that, but you can see it in the application. Perfect.
Okay, were there any remaining legal issues or anything, Ms. Hyatt, that we needed to look at? Okay. All right, well, if there isn't anything further, I will accept a motion on Capital City Lighthouse.
I move the approval of the application for a period of 3 years.
So I have a motion and a second to approve the renewal for 3 years. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, congratulations, and if you'll give us a moment to record our feedback, we'll share our thoughts with you.
You know, while we're typing here, just a comment, you know, when I go out to that facility, I wish I had a better facility. You know, when I was out there, especially after the flooding. But at the same time, the facility looks like it's located in the right location to serve the community that it's serving also. So there's kind of that balance there. But it also goes to show you that it's not necessarily the facility. It's about what goes on inside of the facility. And that's not only with the teachers, administrators, and students, but with the parents supporting their students too. So with that said, I really want to say thank you for Ms. Howard for coming out and saying what you said today.
We'll just start with Mr. Wilson and let everybody go down the row and mention anything they want to add.
I voted for the motion. I'm very impressed with the effort of the applicant to get the youngsters in school, and it's proved out by the growth that's impressive. Keep doing it.
I voted for the motion. I do have concerns with ESCOR index. I understand the school has a lot of issues to overcome. I know they're making improvements on the culture, the teacher turnover and attendance, but that is something, I voted for it, but I'm still concerned about it being at ESCOR, and I hope that we see the improvement soon.
Support the motion. The school is demonstrating student growth at all grade levels. Also, they are continuing to work on improving science scores and attendance.
Go ahead.
I voted to approve the motion to renew for 3 years. The plan is comprehensive, addressing the whole child, and academic growth is happening.
I voted to approve the motion. I specifically liked the improvement in school culture that you all are creating, which ties into teacher retention, and then also ultimately student performance and the improvements that we see in that.
All right, thank you very much. We appreciate everyone being here and look forward to working with you. All right, panel, we have lunch here. Would you all like to take about a 30-minute break before we hear the last two? The last two are review hearings, so they may take a little while to go through everything. Okay, do you want to say what time you think? 12 o'clock? 12 o'clock, okay. So we will come back at 12 and begin with item number 3.
triplet too. She's, I've been to the large one, so it's like each time you really seek out some things, and so I'm really to that. So have you been there?
Okay, I think we're all back and ready to move on to our third agenda item for today, which is a review hearing for Southeast Arkansas Preparatory High School. And before we get started, if Ms. Hyatt can walk us through the procedures, since this is a review hearing, not a renewal, we want to make sure that there's not anything different in terms of the format or anything we need to do.
Mary Claire Hyatt with the division. So it's a very similar format to what you saw this morning. You'll need to swear anyone that's planning on providing testimony other than the attorneys. They will have 20 minutes to give their presentation based on the information you asked for last month. Anyone opposed will have 20 minutes. I don't believe we have anyone signed up, but I'll double check. And then they'll have an additional 5 minutes. Following that, you can ask questions of the division staff, of the applicant, of anyone, and then you can issue a final decision. And at that point, if you have questions about your authority to do a variety of things, I'm happy to answer questions about that.
Okay, well, we'll call you back up after the Q&A. Okay, so Ms. Webb, will you introduce our item for us, please?
Yeah, so the first review is Southeast Arkansas Prep. On the packet that I've placed before you, the first page is just a review page from things that we looked at last month. And I've kind of put those in order. Mr. Rogers was interested in those that are 40 and 50% in need of support in reading, so that's how those are organized, just for your overall view. And then the second page is an update of the Southeast Arkansas Prep information that was provided last month. Some updates include they are now accredited, or they have one issue remaining, I'm sorry. It is a background check they're waiting to clear for one of their employees, but other than that, all standards for accreditation have been met. Our district support team met with the Superintendent Jeremy Seegers last week to go over the district support plan, and so they are currently working on that. It has not been submitted and approved yet. Child nutrition claims are current as of today. And the school has submitted their statement of assurance for constitutionally protected prayer, but are still missing the minority teacher and administrator recruitment plan that was due on October 15th. There are still several issues, I think, with special ed services and finance. And there was representatives here today from those two units, as well as child nutrition, if you have any questions. From Southeast Arkansas Prep, we have Superintendent Jeremy Seegers, Pat Hart, the school board president, Kinslin Branch, LEA supervisor, Shanna Parker, parent involvement coordinator, and Karshina Bess, a parent.
Okay, will all representatives of the charter and anyone speaking in opposition please stand to receive the oath? Okay, if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you. And who will be starting off the presentation? Okay, if you want to go ahead and come to the microphone and state your name and position for the record, you'll be recognized, and you have 20 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Jeremy Seegers. Good afternoon to each of you. Thank you for having me today. I'm Jeremy Seegers, and I have the privilege of being able to serve as the superintendent and principal of Southeast Arkansas Preparatory High School in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. I understand the concerns that are in question today, and I am extremely thankful for the opportunity to come in and present necessary information to demonstrate that we are a positive component in the community of Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Upon my hiring on July 1st, 2019, there were several opportunities for growth that were determined in my research of the school. The major opportunities for growth that had to be addressed immediately were arranged into the following three categories: finances, student achievement / special education, certified / qualified staffing. It was imperative to address these issues immediately and continue to work on others as well. These opportunities for growth they coincide with many of the concerns that were raised by you all today and will be addressed during our presentation. is how I go forward.
Oh, I'm sorry. I believe it is. We're gonna get somebody to. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Southeast Arkansas Preparatory High School serves 9th through 12th graders in the Pine Bluff community. In 2018 through 2019, we served 83 students. 70% of those students were qualified for free or reduced lunch. 93% of those students were black. 95% of those students were qualified as minority. On October 1st of 2019, we had 107 students. 93% of those students qualified for free or reduced lunch. 99% of those students were black. 99% of those students qualified as minority. I would like to point out that as of this morning, we have 116 bodies on our campus in terms of students, and we're growing daily. In comparison to the other schools in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, we have the highest percentage of minority students. SAPHS is not only proud to mention that we had an increase in enrollment from the 2018-2019 school term, we are extremely proud to mention that we had the highest increase in comparison to the other 3 schools in Pine Bluff area. We had 83 students during the 2018-2019 school term. We increased to 107 as of October 1st, 2019. As of this morning, we have a total of 116 active students. We also have 3 students that have already submitted packets of registration within the last week that are pending packet completion, grades, disciplinary records, and a verification from their previous schools. Our enrollment is increasing without transportation and an athletic program that is in its infancy stages. That speaks volumes about our culture and climate of the school. The 2018-2019 school term served as the baseline year in terms of the academic performance data. In accordance with our initial charter, the 2018-2019 school term will provide us with the data that we will use to increase from each year. The areas that we are to increase in are to be measured on the ACT Aspire. The 4 categories that are on the ACT Aspire that we are to increase in are reading, mathematics, science, and English. In agreement with our charter, we are to increase our 2018-2019 scores by 5% in each category each year until we reach 89%. Once we reach 89%, we are then to increase our scores by 2% each year until we reach 95%. The 2018-2019 ACT Aspire data served as our baseline data, and we are currently in the first year we are expected to increase our scores by 5%. This is a snapshot of the 2018-2019 ACT Aspire data. This snapshot compares SAPHS to Pine Bluff Dalloway High School, Pine Bluff High School, and Watson Chapel High School. These four high schools represent all of the high schools in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Our 9th graders had the highest percentage of students to meet readiness in math, science, and the 2nd highest percentage of students in ELA. Our 10th graders are an area of concern for us at SAPHS, and we are working adamantly to change the results from our 2018-2019 school term. We have already identified several students and barriers that potentially prevented us from scoring as well as we could have. One of those barriers is that we simply did not take the ACT Aspire last year in terms of interim. We have begun to take the interim ACT Aspire assessment during the 2019-2020 school year. We also use data from these assessments to form future plans and activities for our students. This is the data from the 2018-2019 ACT Aspire for the math section. This test was administered in the spring of 2019 to the 9th and 10th graders. SAPHS is proud to have the highest percentage of 2018-2019 ninth grade students that scored in the ready or exceeding categories in mathematics in the Pine Bluff area. While we are proud to have the highest percentage of ready or exceeding students in mathematics in the Pine Bluff area, we do acknowledge and accept the challenge that there is still more work to be done. Our 10th grade math scores are an area of concern. 0% of the 10th grade students met the readiness benchmark in math on the 2018-2019 ACT Aspire. We are currently working on plans to get that corrected. This data is from the 2018-2019 ACT Aspire test in English. This data is from the English section. SAPHS had the third highest percentage of ninth grade students to meet or exceed the readiness benchmark on English in the Pine Bluff area. As with the other sections on the ACT Aspire, we still have work to be done, and we gladly accept the opportunity. 10th grade English is also another area of concern for us at SAPHS. Only 5% of our 10th graders met or exceeded the readiness benchmark in English on the 2018-2019 ACT Aspire. This data is from the 2018-2019 ACT Aspire. This data is from the reading section. SAPHS is proud to state that we have the highest percentage of ninth grade students that met or exceeded the readiness benchmark on reading. While we have the highest percentage of ninth graders that met or exceeded the readiness benchmark on reading, we are still not satisfied. We are putting things in place to increase our achievement. We also have another area of concern with our 10th grade student scores in reading. 0% of our 10th graders scored ready or exceeding in reading. This data is from the 2018-2019 ACT Aspire. This data is from the science section. The ninth grade students at SAPHS were 1 percentage point away from leading the Pine Bluff area ninth graders in meeting or exceeding the readiness benchmark on science on the 2018-2019 ACT Aspire. The 10th grade students are a population of concern in terms of ACT Aspire science. The ESSA comparison. The ESSA comparison shows a comparison of all of the Pine Bluff high schools that are in Pine Bluff. We receive a letter grade of F for the 2018-2019 school term. All of our numbers contributed to this score, but we're taking a focused approach on improving our total numbers. I have designed time for Mrs. Gina Williams of APSRC to come in and work with the staff so that they can gain a greater understanding of how everything we do will impact our ESSA score. Ultimately, we understand that student achievement is the driving force in improvement in this category, and that is our greatest concern. Achievements. This Beating the Odds and ELA award means a lot to us at SAPHS. We are striving to improve in all phases of education, and it shows to know, and it is good to know that it is being recognized. This Beating the Odds in ELA is the first award that we have received this year. We were awarded this for having one of the highest percentage of ninth grade students to meet or exceed standards in the following categories on the ACT Aspire. In literacy, our Caucasian population. In math, our economically disadvantaged. Also in math, male and combined population. In science, our African American, Caucasian, economically disadvantaged, and male populations. And in reading, African American, Caucasian, economically disadvantaged, male, and combined population. This award serves as proof that our students rise to the occasion and perform when given the opportunity. Although we are extremely proud of our achievement on the ACT Aspire in terms of receiving the Beating the Odds award, this slide shows that we still have a tremendous amount of work to do. We have far too many students that are below benchmark on the 2018-2019 ACT Aspire, and we are working diligently to correct these issues. These scores serve as our baseline numbers due to the 2018-2019 being our first year in existence. We are working tirelessly to correct these numbers and aid our students to success. Upon my arrival on July 1st, 2019, we had 10% of our SAPHS teaching staff certified by the state of Arkansas. As of today, we have 25% of our SAPHS teaching staff certified by the state of Arkansas. And beginning in the summer of 2020, 50% of our current teaching staff will be certified by the state of Arkansas. While we were giving waivers, our push is to certification and to show that we are dedicated to do all that we can for the sake of our students. We also are pushing Tier 1 improvements with the assistance of APSRC. We are fortunate enough to have Mrs. Erlene Collins of APSRC to come in regularly and assist new hires with various test components in areas of behavior management. We have created a plan of action with Mrs. Gina Williams of APSRC, and we'll begin to increase our support for Tier 1 instruction, data disaggregation, tests, and ESSA understanding, through the professional development scheduled with her and APSRC. I have reached out to Kelly Stone of the co-op in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, about some science of reading training for the staff. Although we have high school students, we agreed that it would be a good idea for us to begin with some RISE training due to a variety of our students coming to high school with reading levels below 6th grade. I will begin my training on January 7th to be in position to lead the training in the building. We will also continue with our weekly professional learning communities, where we disaggregate data pertaining to the ACT Aspire, our practice ACT assessments, focus standards, Tier 1 improvements, and instructional strategies. We realized that 65.91% of our students did not meet the readiness benchmark in reading. However, we provide 100% of our students with an academic intervention block every day. Academic intervention is a 45-minute block designed to provide Tier 2 and Tier 3 assistance to our students. During academic intervention, we use small group instruction as well as individualized instructions to get to the root cause of the issues. Some of the assistance we receive during academic intervention is through Cantrell and Waller, an ACT preparation company that presented at an AEA conference. We are looking into purchasing a Wilson reading system once reimbursement and student growth funding is applied. They provide us various tips and strategies to our juniors and seniors to provide assistance in increasing our scores on the ACT. We also have been in contact with Ms. Tammy Lambert of CRC College, Community College, and have a plan in place for her to come in and provide reading assistance to students that are identified as in need of support. We also have been in talks with Mrs. Mary Liddell with the Retired Teachers Association about arranging intervention support with our struggling readers as well. Finance. We began the fiscal year with $69,447.43. We were fortunate enough to receive an additional 39 students above our three-quarter ADM. However, with us receiving so many students over our three-quarter ADM, we are currently operating a school with 117 students while using a three-quarter ADM of approximately 79. Financial solutions. There have been adjustments made to be able to function with the beginning balance of $69,447.43. We were overstaffed to begin the year and had to make adjustments to staffing. We also had to make budgetary adjustments due to previous projections not equating to reality. This month, we have also switched our finance department to APSRC for financial bookkeeping services. With the assistance of APSRC, coding issues are being corrected. We are set to receive growth funding payments in January, March, and May. Along with our coding issues, we are set to receive approximately $38,000 in federal reimbursement this month. Another thing that we are extremely happy about is our initiation of the RMAC program through Mrs. Renee McComb. We'll be able to receive reimbursements for many of our special services that we are providing. We have experienced some child nutrition reporting problems as of today, but as of today, we are caught up on and on schedule with the claims. We are on pace to end the year with a balance above $100,000 this school term. Misreports and standards for accreditation. Under my leadership, we have missed some reports and documents to the state. Simply put, I will do better. I own the problems and will be sure that they do not take place in the future. I am working diligently with APSRC and the staff to come up with a better system to ensure that we are timely in our reports. I also do not hesitate to contact anyone from the State Department if assistance is needed. I understand and accept that it is my responsibility to be sure that things are done in a timely fashion, and I am working to continue this practice. There have been some challenges that have impeded this progress, but this is not an attempt to make an excuse. Since I came on board July 1st, 2019, it was not possible to recruit qualified/certified staff after that date. If staff members are not qualified or certified, they require a lot of on-the-job training. Since July 1st, 2019, we've had 3 office managers at SAPHS, as well as lost other staff members due to qualification/certification deficiencies. However, in spite of the turnover, we are current on our state submissions to date. Actions to address concerns. We have made many adjustments to address the concerns of our financial state. We have transitioned to APSRC as our financial department. I meet face-to-face weekly with APSRC to plan and discuss next steps pertaining to coding and budgeting. I speak over the phone daily with APSRC as well. We also have begun to use APSRC more frequently in terms of academics. I have met face-to-face with Mrs. Gina Williams, and we have created a plan of action with professional developments and other items planned. I also have begun to know who the contact people are in terms of the state. I also have no problem reaching out to all of them as well. This past month alone, I have spoken with several with several individuals from the State Department daily to get things fixed. We also are very happy to be in the process of recruiting and retaining qualified/certified staff members for the 2020-2021 school term. Thank you all for your concerns, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak.
Okay, is there anyone else to speak here? Okay. And I don't think we had anybody signed up. Okay, so you still have a few minutes, your additional 5 minutes. Is there anyone else from your school that you would like to speak?
Yes, ma'am. This is Shauna Parker, our Parental Involvement Coordinator.
Okay. And if you'll state your name and title for the record, you'll be recognized.
Good morning, Shauna Parker, Parental Involvement Coordinator. I began working with Mr. Seegers when he took the position on this year. We've done collaborations with the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff. We work with the STEMS program, and what we're doing is we're trying to bridge the gap with our high school students and give the parents a greater understanding under Title I, what's required, what Title I is. We're working with our parents to close the achievement gap. Even though we're working with high school students, you know, at this age, parents tend to take the back seat, let their children lead. But we want the parents to continue to understand that they are a vital piece, the piece that they play in their child's education and what is needed from them. We collaborate with our parents. We've done our parenting surveys. We received that information back. And what we did with that information is we've created our parenting team, and we do have our board, and we have meetings planned. We have trainings planned for our parents. We have on-site community leaders who come in and they work with our parents. They provide the trainings to the parents that are of interest to the parents and not what we feel the parents need. We do have a mental health specialist through my organization, with the organization at the university. And what they do is they not only provide a service to those children, but if the parents need it, the referrals are able to be written, and the school is in direct collaboration with the mental health services in the area, so they're on board. They know what's taking place. They have an open door policy. The school has allowed us to come in. We work with the parents, as I stated. Parents pretty much control it. We're working on getting the computer lab set up. Hopefully by the end of the school year, we'll have that fully up and operational. The Parent Resource Center under Title I was required. We're working to get that information placed in the Resource Center as well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Still a little bit of time. Any remaining remarks?
Ms. Christina Best, parent.
Okay.
Karshina Best. I'm a parent of a 17-year-old junior at Southeast Arkansas Prep. My son Javian has gone to 2 other high schools in the Pine Bluff area. He sees a therapist that is allowed, that is allowed to come into the school and work with him. He suffers from anxiety and depression. Working with Mr. Seegers, my son no longer dreads school. He was a victim, I guess, of bullying. I would receive phone calls almost every other week from previous high schools, and every time the school number showed up on my phone, it was bad news. We were probably having to visit a hospital. He has not had any of those. The teachers at the school reach out to me. He has been supported at Southeast Arkansas Prep. His grades are better. He's been supported academically, socially, emotionally. When I receive a call from Mr. Seegers now, it's not always bad news. Javian is thriving at Southeast Arkansas Prep. I don't have to dread the phone calls
Now, his needs are being met. Like, he's a happy, well, I'm not gonna say happy, he's a functioning, he's a functioning teenager. And it says it's a lot for him not to complain to me about going to school every day. He feels comfortable, he feels safe. He can always talk to Mr. Seegers. I can go in his office whenever I have a concern. And I'm glad that they gave my son a second chance. We were under the impression at the end of last year that homeschool was going to be his only option. And Mr. Seegers encouraged me to bring him in and give this one more try. And so far, Javian has been successful at Southeast Arkansas Prep.
Thank you very much for sharing that.
Thank you.
Okay.
There are two people that signed up to give comments, and they may have already spoken, because when I went out to get the
okay.
sign-in sheet, it may have been the people that just talked. So, Shanna Parker and Carnisha Bess. Have either of you guys talked? Okay, so I think we're fine then.
Okay, so we will go ahead and move into questions. Would you rather do questions from the panel first, or would you rather, I know we had kind of three areas, special education, finance, and child nutrition, still have concerns that they wanted to talk about. So we can either do, you all could do the questions first, and then we bring up ADE. What would be your preference? Okay, ADE first? Okay.
I agree.
Okay.
Save some questions.
Okay, so, and also legal issues. So let's do this. We had a handout here from, I believe, from finance. So, can we start with finance? And, so, our ADE folks will state your name and title for the record. You'll be recognized. And as you have questions related to finance, feel free to ask them, okay?
Hi, Heather Barrick, Fiscal Services and Support. I've given you a projections that everyone should have received. Right now, at this point, provided that everything was to clear the bank and all the invoices that are outstanding were to be paid, I'm coming up that there would be a negative $22,146.69. Some of the issues that I've identified were that there was too low of budgets for the year.
Sorry,
We've had.
repeat that. I didn't understand that.
I'm sorry. Do I need to move the microphone?
No, I just was distracted with trying to read and listen. I'm getting old.
Sorry.
Multitasking here.
There's too low of budgets were projected for the year. One of the major issues we had was with food services.
Okay.
At this point, none of the food services invoices have been paid. The food services has been billed, but none of those invoices have been paid, so they're still outstanding. And as of right now, this is from August through the end of November, that's $33,259.10 that still is outstanding. There was not a food service contract signed, and actually I understand that was signed yesterday. So since the beginning of the school year, there's not been a signed food services contract. Some of the other issues, there's no workers' comp budgeted. The Arkansas Teachers Retirement Surcharge is not being paid. The month of November, there were quite a few outstanding invoices that were not paid. They didn't have, their rent wasn't paid, the internet service wasn't paid, Water wasn't paid. Waste management was actually paid in December, on the 11th of December. There was, janitorial services were paid in December. The benefits for the November 29th payroll had not been paid yet. And so if you look at the projections, where they are as of the end of the month of November, there was $50,356.04 in the bank. I did get a copy of the December bank statement as of the 13th of November, which was Friday. They had $25,041.41 in the bank. If you look at all of these outstanding invoices that were not paid in November and everything that should be paid for December, that brings it up to a total of, the bank would have $7,257.83, but that's not counting any of the outstanding checks they have at this point, which is $29,229. So that's why the projection would be that they would close the end of December at $22,146.69. Some of the other issues that I was having.
Can we pause there for just a minute? 'Cause
Sure.
So that's a lot. So just knowing that that projection is there to end the month in a negative balance. And then I want to even go back to like teacher retirement.
Yes.
Surcharges not being paid. You talked about IRS payments not being made on time. Is any of that accounted? That's not accounted for either. I mean, that's just stuff that's, yeah.
Cindy Smith, Fiscal Services Coordinator. So the IRS, that actually will be in the outstanding checks, because when you run payroll, that all accumulates, and so that should be part of the outstanding. But the first payroll in November, it was the end of November before taxes and benefits were paid, and then that second, as of the 1st of December, we had not seen that paid. And then as far as the child nutrition contract goes, they did sign with Pine Bluff Public School yesterday to provide that. And if my understanding, that contract is for 85 meals a day. So if they have to start providing more for the enrollment that they are talking about, then that will go up substantially.
Yes. And then on the teacher retirement, like what's the impact from the surcharge not being paid?
That is supposed to be good faith. They don't really know what you're doing on that, but when you outsource anywhere, you are supposed to pay on those employees. And that's a 2% right now.
That's for the contract. That you got to make the surcharge.
Okay. Did you have anything to say, or do you want Ms. Heather go ahead?
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, the food service contract has been signed for 85 is a big deal, since we're talking that the enrollment's supposed to be 117.
Correct.
So that would be short. So that would be another expense that they would have to renegotiate
Yes.
with Pine Bluff.
Yes.
But the issue I have right now with the whole thing with Pine Bluff, which is a school that has been designated in fiscal distress, they have not paid the $33,400 to Pine Bluff yet, which has,
Correct.
in good faith, provided those lunches to them.
Yes.
So that's one major concern of mine, that has not been paid yet. I'd like to get that paid as soon as we could. The other one is the payroll taxes are being paid late with the IRS. That's a surcharge that comes on there. That's additional penalties that they're not having to pay. And I looked at the bank statements, looked at what Heather's given me, and then it looks like the checks are being put into e-finance, but they're not being sent until they have assured there's money in their banking account. So that's another issue that I have too, is that I don't want to say they're trying to fake me out, but it kind of feels like it, because if you run it all through e-finance and shows you have a positive balance, but those checks haven't been released to the bank yet because of a bank balance, it doesn't give me a good feeling about it. So that's another issue I have. But anyway, I'll let Heather finish.
Yes, that's what I understand as well. The checks are being cut, but they're not being mailed. They're being held until they do receive the revenue. One of the other issues
there's an email that's attached in the packet, and it's Mr. Seegers had taken a temporary salary reduction, and this was done on the 25th of October. When we visited on the 31st of October, we talked with him about his financial issues, and he expressed that he had some concerns, but he didn't disclose this at that time. He gave us the impression that they were working on things, and then later, when we were actually doing some reconciliation, we came across it ourselves. So that was kind of should have been brought to our attention, I think, sooner than it was. I think that was really all the main issues that I had. Did you have any other specific questions on? I tried to do a rough estimate. These are not going to be the actual amounts of their monthly invoices. I've taken the projections based upon what they've had each month for the year and done an average of those, so.
So, Mr. Rogers, what are the implications for a school that has a negative balance at the end of at a particular point?
Obviously, it depends on what we're talking about, like we're talking about a paper balance or an actual balance. Right, what Heather's showing here is probably going to be a paper balance because they're not going to run checks that they don't have the funds for. But with this continuing pattern, it does show a cash flow problem and a continuing cash flow problem. And if it's not addressed quickly, it could snowball and be a very, I believe there's already physical integrity issues with this school, and that's one of the indicators of fiscal distress for our traditional public schools, which is why I wanted this full review. So that's my issue, is that there is a cash flow problem here, and that's what that's really indicating to you, showing that negative 22 right now. It's not saying they're negative 22 in the bank account right now, but it is showing a cash flow issue.
You know, I kind of want to cut to the chase here. Are you all going to be financially solvent at the end of the academic year? Yeah. I guess Mr. Seegers, someone can address that, because if we can't get there, then it's going to answer a lot of questions.
Yeah. Ken Rich, Director of Finance Services for the Arkansas Public School Resource Center. And that is a good question. I agree with Mr. Rogers. The cash flow has been low. I think Mr. Seegers has realized that. He reached out to us a couple weeks ago, our first involvement with Southeast Prep, and we made some quick calculations ourselves. We are still determining, we're in the termination point of how much we don't know versus what we do know at this point. But I do want you to understand this. We are working with Mr. Seegers and the school to make sure that they make the corrections they need to make to end the school year with positive cash balance. They're a small charter school. It's always difficult for a small charter school when they start off, especially when they're not adding a grade each year. Those charters that adding a grade each year have the advantage of being on their current year funding, and so they're waiting until January to start to receive growth funding. Once that growth funding comes in, assuming the numbers stay where they're at, that will ease some of the burden. I believe we can go in and make some changes, and it's our commitment to work with them to help them finish in a positive balance. If they can't, then this panel and the Department of Education will be the first to know from us if they can't be done. While I'm here, I just want to explain one more thing on the food service. There was, my understanding is, in October, they just got the agreement signed yesterday with Pine Bluff School. Pine Bluff School had been providing food. An outstanding invoice that was in October was paid yesterday, $16,000 of that $33,000, about half of it. And then the newest invoice is for 2 months, and it was sent in December. So that'll be paid next month. So those will be addressed, those two things. Obviously, there's a lot of work before the school, a lot of work before us.
Mr. Seegers had contracted with someone else, or someone else had contracted with Ms. Sargent last year, and we officially would take over this role actually on January 1st, but we've been working with them daily over the last 2 weeks. So you just have our commitment. We'll work with them as best we can.
So we, usually when you all get involved, it's usually a good thing in working with schools. So I'm making an assumption here, and you correct me if I'm wrong, that you feel comfortable enough that you all can work through to get them to the end of the academic year.
Yeah, I'm confident in our team, and I think our past work will speak for itself, as you mentioned, and that as of right now, yes, I am. As we still gain information over the next few weeks, like I said, you'd be the first to know if we didn't think we could.
Let me add, yes, I'll jump in. So the trend line shows that the school district's burning through about $20,000 a month in deficit spending. And I guess AD is projecting $22,000 negative if you paid everything. Of course, you won't pay everything, so you're relying on your vendors to basically carry the school. It would be helpful if you all, as you look at this, and I guess one of my questions is what happens in January. Is there some inflow of cash that helps this, or is it another $20,000 burn of cash?
With
to
our
have
first
some type
installment of
a-
growth funding, which is $40-something thousand,
Okay.
would be helpful, yes.
Okay, so it would be helpful to have some type of a 6-month cash projection.
Yeah.
Because we shouldn't get down to being surprised when we run out of cash. It should be there, and I know I'm not, I mean, I know you guys know that, but that would be helpful to see the next 6 months through maybe June of 2020.
Yep.
And see what happens.
Absolutely. And we put together a projection, and Mr. Seegers used some of those numbers in the projection. Obviously, those are not absolutely correct based upon new information that's came forward in the last week. But based on what we know now, I think we can put one together for a positive balance at the end of the school year.
And is that growth funding that you're referring to an increase over what they already get on a per pupil?
Yeah, it's just an installment payment based on their growth in the first quarter of this year over the 3-quarter ADM of last year.
Okay.
If they continue to stay at 117 students, then there would be 2 more of those payments throughout the year.
Okay.
Yes, it would if that holds true. But I asked Child Nutrition to look at claims, and they're only averaging 62 claims a month. The highest month that that Pine Bluff's ever provided lunches is 85 this year. Mm-hmm. So when they did a physical count of the students that were there, it was only averaging between 70 and 80 kids. So I don't know where the other 40, 50 kids are. I don't understand. That is my concern, is that they're not showing it as attendance, and we're not seeing it in meal counts. We're not seeing how that's going in there. So that student growth payment that's being made, if the next quarter isn't that much, then that payment is dropped, and we net against what the students are to make sure that we end the year based off how much the actual enrollment, the 3-quarter ADM is. And so that's a concern of mine, is that we don't get too far out paying student growth that then there's a repayment issue with the school district that has to repay student growth to us, because that's another physical constraint that would be put on that school district to try to pay it.
I'll let Mr. Seegers address that. We're not involved with the e-school side of the program, just the e-finance. But I do plan to go to the school and make a visit as well. Just didn't have time in the last week.
Okay, Mr. Seegers, do you want to address that? And then after that, if we could have Child Nutrition come and do a little more in-depth on the concerns there.
Jeremy Seegers. Mrs. Deal came down and spoke with us on several times, and she did a physical count of students, and she counted during the end of the day. We are one of the only schools in Pine Bluff, Arkansas that have a lot of our students are participating in internships. So when she did the count, a lot of students were already gone to their internships, and she couldn't count them because they weren't there. Are they not there during mealtime? Yes, they are there during mealtime, but she counted during the end of the day, after mealtime.
And well, that's why I added on there the contract to provide food service from Pine Bluff is just for 85.
Yes, sir.
Right, so, yeah, that's our question. Why are we only serving 85, or
We-
contracting to serve 85 meals if you have 117 students?
With a high school, they really don't eat, to put it mildly. They'll show up, they just don't eat in the cafeteria. And that's a problem that we're trying to address, but if they're on hungry, they just don't get a tray.
I guess I would feel better if your contract was for it, so we just make sure those students down there are having a lunch provided for them. Because, and I'll just, help me understand, but what I think I just heard from you is that since about 50 of our students don't eat anyway, we don't even provide a lunch for them.
We
And
adjusted.
and if that's true, then I have other questions about
Yeah,
that.
so
that's,
let's get Ms. Chastain to address that part too.
Okay.
Sheila Chastain, I'm the Associate Director with Child Nutrition Unit at the Department of Education, Division of Elementary and Secondary Education. 50% participation at a high school is pretty standard statewide, so I don't think that is too much difference to address your question, Mr. Rogers. The school did have initially 115 meals per day delivered from Pine Bluff, but when we observed there at the beginning of the school year, there was quite a lot of food left over, and this particular contract, which was, I guess, a gentleman's agreement between Mr. Seegers and Pine Bluff School District, they had agreed that they would send 115, but when we saw so much food left over that students weren't using, we advised Mr. Seegers to check with Pine Bluff and see if he could reduce that amount. And they have not run out of food on any times that we've been there to observe, if that addresses that. And
Excuse me.
did you have some questions about the count that Ms. Steele did? She's here to address that if you do.
no, I think I understand what you're
Okay,
saying.
there were, and I'll speak for Nancy, tell me if I'm putting words in your mouth, but there were, what I understand, kids kind of moving from place to place at times, and it was very difficult to get a real accurate count. So, if that helps.
Can I speak for a minute? When I went and.
Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Nancy Deal, Department of Ed, Child Nutrition. I'm an assistant director. I was asked to get a head count in the classrooms, and I did that at 2 o'clock in the afternoon because I was working on some of my stuff. At that time, I believe there was an assembly being held in their gymnasium. So the classes, I did not get to observe every one of those classrooms. And I wrote down, I think I sent those numbers to Ms. Smith. I was able to go into about 6 different classrooms, but the majority of those students were in the gym at that time. They were having some type of assembly in there. I did not get a head count in the gym.
Okay. From a child nutrition perspective, with regards to finances though, and the claims that, we were having an issue with claims, if I recall, before,
ma'am.
and so we've gotten caught up on those. Can you describe what that process has been and kind of
Yes,
where things
ma'am.
are now?
The beginning of the school year, the district was at a risk of not being paid for their child nutrition lunch claims. That continued through October. They did submit their October claim, and it has been paid, and they have already submitted their November claim, so they are caught up at this time. The money may not have been all processed by ADE Finance. One of those payments was pulled on Monday of this week for the November claim, so it will probably be within the district this week, probably Thursday or Friday, I would expect, is the general time. At that time, they will have received $8,257 in reimbursement for August through November.
and you've heard about their invoices. So there is
So-
quite a bit difference there in the amount that they're receiving versus paying out. And that is one of our big concerns, that they are, you know, their revenue and their expenses aren't anywhere close to equal, but neither do we think that Pine Bluff is overcharging them either. They have a very good competitive price for the services and the meals that are being provided.
So do we have any options for them that would help them in this regard?
Would help the charter. As you probably know, the Child Nutrition Program is a USDA federally funded reimbursement program. It's like all federal programs, it's highly regulated and requires a lot of paperwork and regulation following. And the charter, and Mr. Seegers has had quite a lot of turnover, which basically has resulted in the person responsible for the paperwork part of child nutrition has needed a lot of assistance, and she does seem receptive. She does seem willing to try to do that. She is doing, you know, she's doing well for the experience and everything that she has. We would like to let you know that we will be required to go back and do another formal monitoring review for this charter because we were not able to close the last one within an acceptable time period for USDA. So that triggers automatically a second review. We'll be doing that this spring semester. In that review, we look at all different things from their finances to their student eligibility and how they count and claim those meals, if they're meeting the meal pattern. So it's quite an in-depth review, and will require some technical assistance and training from our staff to the charter, I'm sure in various areas. But it will also require quite a lot of policy development and, you know, thought process being put into giving a good faith effort for spending federal tax dollars. So that is one thing that will happen this spring. We do recommend, and as a result of those two reviews, will require someone from the charter to go through some additional training this summer that will be coming up.
Today, do you have concerns about the charter's capacity to continue this with the child nutrition?
It will be hard for them to financially afford it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I know that the students are being fed. They are receiving meals. I've observed that. But I think financially, this situation that they have now will be very hard for them to continue long term.
Okay.
I wanted to just add, as far as their reimbursement every month, one of the things that lowered the reimbursement that they were receiving was that their meal applications were not signed, and they weren't valid, and that was one of the things that we were trying to get accomplished and get done. They did have a substantial number of students that were directly certified to receive meals at the free rate, which is about 10 times more reimbursement than you get for a paid meal. It really is. It's like 31 cents versus $3.50, $3.60. I don't know if just off the top of my head. We have gotten all of those applications signed and validated as of October 31st. So many more meals would have been claimed at the free rate. So the reimbursement would not have been enough to cover all of the cost from Pine Bluff.
because I think their contract is for $4.50 for a meal, but that's delivering it, serving it, providing personnel to come out there with it. And their free reimbursement is going to be somewhere around $3.65 maybe. So it won't look, there could have been more money coming into them. It wouldn't have covered it because Pine Bluff's about 30 cents more per meal, 40 cents more per meal than their actual reimbursement would be. But something that is going to help a little bit is that they can, for most of those meals, get the maximum reimbursement now that we have the meal applications signed and determined.
So, Mr. Seegers, you want to provide some input here?
Earlier you asked if we had to, I think you were
Can you
asking.
pull the microphone up closer? Yeah.
I think your question was similar to if we had another alternative to Pine Bluff School District. Upon arriving in July, I tried to contact a variety of different food providers. I contacted Airmark, Preferred Meals, a variety of places. With our small number of students, no one will take us on.
And mine was not an alternative to what you're doing with Pine Bluff. That I don't have any concerns there. What mine is, was about the direct cert.
Yes, ma'am.
Why have we not gotten all of that figured out with, students and what they, if you've got, I don't remember, I think you said 87% of your students qualify for free reduced lunch,
ma'am.
maybe? If I've got that number right, why aren't we seeing higher rates of reimbursement? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why weren't the meal applications signed? So my question was more along the lines of why haven't we looked at CEP? Why are we not, looking at some type of special meal provision? Because, you're 2 years into a school year and you're not getting the reimbursements that could take this burden off of you and your students.
I literally called Mrs. Deal and, was it Mrs. Howard? Yes. And Mrs. Howard this week to ask about CEP. We missed the deadline, which was in April. I have spoken to them about applying for next year already, but it was in April.
Okay. If you need to add something else, that's fine, but we need to move on to special education concerns.
I would like to just add one more thing. This charter is serving all of the students without charge, so no parent actually pays. It's as if they were on one of those special provisions, but they don't really receive the benefit of that. So that would probably be worth them considering for next year. What goes along with that too is that at times the adults are eating also without paying, and that could potentially be an IRS issue with the charter, so we need to consider that. And I'm not sure who would be the person to provide that guidance and technical assistance, but as a benefit of employment, that could be an issue for them in the future. The contract that they just signed does have a provision in it that the meals can be adjusted up and down with notice. So that's a good benefit for both Pine Bluff and the charter.
Okay. Thank you.
Cindy Smith, Fiscal Services. We looked at our projection for June that you asked about, and if we did not include student growth, they would be closing with a negative $206,000. If they actually got the full $142,500, they would still close, it looks like, with a negative $64,000 from our projections.
Okay, I believe there were also some special education concerns. Please state your name and title for the record.
Hi, Kristen Hughes, Program Advisor, Special Education Unit. There was a special education monitoring on November the 13th. There were some issues that came up that will require some training and also some submission of updated evidence. Also, there were policies and procedures that needed to be provided that have not been provided yet. However, most concerning was while the team was on site It was reported that students who have IEPs are not receiving services outlined on their IEP due to the lack of a special education teacher. So we are going to need for them to provide evidence of hiring a licensed special education teacher. They also stated that they had a plan to provide compensatory education that would begin in January. We've asked for what that plan looked like, and to my knowledge, we have not received that plan yet.
And what would be the amount? Do we know an amount that would be required?
I do not have that information right now. I know that we looked, and there were 11 students active in eSchool on December 1st that were on IEPs at their school.
So, I mean, are we saying that those 11 students have not, since the beginning of the year, been receiving the special education services as outlined on their IEP?
To my knowledge.
Okay. Can you speak to that?
Chairman Seegers. Ms. Kensel Branch is our LEA supervisor. She's here. And she was hired in November. So that's our.
Okay, can she speak, can she come and speak then to the concerns that were shared then? Because you said you did the special ed monitoring in November 13th? Okay, yes.
Good
Please.
afternoon, Kensel Branch, LEA Supervisor for Southeast Arkansas Preparatory High School. I was officially hired on contract November 21st of this school year. Prior to that, I served as a contract person on the campus, and I assisted with correcting the folders and providing those special services for those students since October the 4th of this school year.
Okay, so are you saying then that the students went from the first day of school till October 4th?
Without a
Before-
certified special education teacher on campus, yes, ma'am.
So were they receiving their special education services as outlined on their IEP, or is that the time period that we would be looking at? for
That's the time
compa-
period for compensatory services.
For 11 students?
Correct.
Okay. I'm not sure monetarily what that comes out to, but we could probably add that to the list of financial things. Okay. Ms. Hughes, are there some additional things? Yep.
We've already applied for RMAC with Ms. Marae McComb, and that is a reimbursement for special services. So that is something that we are going to utilize for special services this year.
Okay. Ms. Hughes, are there some other? Okay. And so I'm assuming we'll be doing follow-up? What's the next step what does all that look like?
After our special education monitoring, from the date of the letter that was mailed, they have 90 days to provide any corrective actions, and that 90 days will be up on March the 15th, 2020.
So is that to tell us what the corrective action will be, or is that to correct?
To correct
To
them.
correct. Okay, and you said it was what, March?
March the 15th.
Okay. Is there anything else that we would need to know regarding special education then? I feel like I'm probably not equipped to ask all of the right questions.
No, that is what I see reported in our letter that went out on December 16th.
Okay, so I think we also had some legal issues that Ms. Hyatt wanted to share with us. You have a question?
I just had on the SPED thing. So they'd have to have the IEP meetings for each of their students, determine how much the education service would have cost, and then that would provide it as well as the regular services. Is that how that works? Okay, so they've got to double up to get whatever in their IEP is by March the 15th. Is that right?
They have to have the corrective
There you
action,
go.
but they can do, the compensatory services, it don't have to be provided by that, but they have to have a plan to do it. And I think one of the big concerns is compensatory ed doesn't take the place of their regular ed that they should be receiving. So on top of the regular school day, they're gonna have to figure out how to offer these kids compensatory education for 2 months or 2+ months of school that they weren't receiving the services in their IEP. And that kind of ties into one of the things I was gonna say is it also puts their federal funding at risk for not following IDEA. One of the other things, can I transition? Did I answer your question? Okay. One of the other things I think that puts their federal funding at risk is Section 9524 of ESEA requires that as a condition of receiving federal funds, that every school, including open enrollment charters, have to certify that they have no policy that prevents or otherwise denies participation in constitutionally protected prayer. This has been a requirement since 2003. September 15th is the deadline for that report. Our equity division reached out to Southeast Arkansas Prep at least twice, did not receive it. We had to submit information to the Fed saying that they were the only school that we did not receive the assurance from. They did finally provide it, but it was on November 25th, so 2 months after it was due, and after we had already had to notify the Feds that they had not provided it. Another report, 617-1901, Arkansas statute requires any school that has 5% African American or other minority population must provide a recruitment and retention plan for minority teachers and administrators. That law is from 1991, so not new. That was due October 15th. Our Equity Assistance Division has reached out to the school multiple times. I believe the charter unit has reached out to them at least once, and that report has not been provided to date. One of the concerns I think I have after I did a review of their waivers is that, and I think we heard in their presentation that the superintendent came in and had a lot of hurdles to kind of get over at the beginning of the year. They do have a waiver of their superintendent mentoring program, so I think that's something that could be helping the school that they're not utilizing. Equity also wanted me to point out that they have received at least one, if not two, reports and done investigations on discipline matters that are being handled incorrectly in the school, including reports that the school is counseling kids out of the school rather than going through the correct expulsion and suspension processes, which makes it really complicated when the kid then tries to go enroll in a different school. And lastly, as of October 30th, the student handbook was not posted on the website, which is a requirement in standards, and also equity checks. I checked this morning and it is posted on the website now, but I think that's just, one other thing that is not really being followed that should be being followed. One of the recommendations that Equity has is that the panel mandate 504 training for the school, because there seems to be issues complying with Section 504. As Kristen was speaking about special ed, I wanted to make sure that the panel knows, I don't have the number in front of me, but I'm sure that the school has at least one student that has a 504 plan. If services weren't being provided to kids with an IEP, it's very likely that services weren't being provided to kids with the 504 plan, as a lot of times those services overlap. So it might be beneficial for Mr. Seegers or their new special ed coordinator to kind of speak about what they're planning to do about those kids.
We are planning to begin providing those services to our special ed students to outsource for OT, PT, and they've already been receiving their accommodations in the classrooms. As of October 15th, they were receiving those accommodations. They were given to the teachers, and I also provided some of those accommodations. And we're also going to have someone to come in to provide OT, PT, and speech for those students in January. And we're also going to begin having compensatory services on the week. We offer them after school and on the weekends for those students who did not receive their services from the beginning of the school year until I arrived in October.
And I think Ms. Hyatt was speaking about 504. Do you have students that have 504 plans in place?
We do have one student that has a 504 plan in place, and he has been receiving services since I arrived.
Okay.
Jeremy Seegers, I am unaware of any disciplinary action of someone receiving counseling outside while leaving the campus for counseling. What we do provide at Southeast Arkansas Prep is a restorative justice program, and students that are identified as potentially violent or any other thing that may need counseling services, we do have someone to come in, Reform Incorporated, and they help with our students there. It's not in lieu of discipline, though.
Sorry, I don't think I was clear. I didn't mean counseling services. I meant that there have been reports that the school itself is counseling students to withdraw from the school as opposed to expelling them or suspending them following Arkansas law and rules about discipline, which then makes it hard when the student is attempting to enroll in another school because there's some sort of confusion around, well, was the student expelled? Because other schools have rights to deny students when they were expelled from another Arkansas school. So I didn't mean that they were receiving counseling because that would be a wonderful thing. I meant they're being counseled out of the school by school administration as opposed to following discipline procedures.
And I think, and that would be something that our equity office would continue to work with the school on if.
Yes, and I
And
believe they have
they
had
have-
conversations with
okay.
Mr. Seegers as well as, you know, I don't think it's one-sided. I think there's been some issues with Pine Bluff School District as well. And our Equity Assistance Center has worked with both schools to try and ensure that there's clear processes in place when kids are moving between schools.
I'd just like to clear that up. There is one student in question, and that parent chose to withdraw her student in lieu of being expelled. And I spoke to, I forget her name, but we have had extensive conversations about it.
Okay. Panel members, do you have questions for ADE staff or for the school, or time for discussion?
Time for discussion.
Discussion.
I'll discuss. I'm sorry to say this, but it sounds to me like Southeast Prep is not capable of being saved, even if the additional money comes in the next 60 or 90 days. It sounds to me like even at best, there's going to be a deficit at the end of this year that cannot be sustained. And as badly as I know Pine Bluff needs this institution and the kids need it, the numbers, the arithmetic just doesn't work.
I think what's really raised my concern is the special education and the compensatory education. You've got speech, you've got PT, you've got OT. We don't even know how much money that's going to involve right now. We don't know what that's really looking like. You combine that with several of the other things, and I think what you said is right. Our staff has had to stay on top of things continuously, and even then you see the issues that are going on, and that is not the way to run a school.
I had just my question in general is really to ADE staff, and is there a recommendation of where we go from here? I listen to everything, and I'm trying to find a path forward, and I don't have one, basically. Is there another way other than the path that's kind of laid out before us? I'm with Mr. Wilson that the numbers are just not adding up. if that's the case, if we move in that direction, I think the next priority then are the kids, you know, and how would that be addressed? So my first question, back to is there a path forward other than, is there a phase down model? Do we think they could be financially made viable? Is there a timeline in which we would have better information to decide how to approach that? I'll be honest about it, you know, just hearing the initial financial report and seeing that there would be a deficit, and then listen to, well, there's possible growth funds coming, but then not really sure the count is there for the growth funds, and then to think about all the other things that need to be added to services to be provided, and that's gonna cost, and I give Mr. Seegers credit, he's already adjusted his salary down, trying to make things work. All that said, I'm just not sure that they're gonna be financially viable.
Is there any emergency funding available?
We're gonna have discussion first.
No, the department doesn't have any, there's not any law or statute that allows for any kind of situation like that.
Well, and I think it's not just about the money, it's also the academics being an F school, it's the transparency, it's the amount of work of being, because, you know, even in the report back, it said we've submitted all of our reports, and then there is still a report not submitted. So I think it's either confusion or transparency, but I think there's places potentially where it's not full transparency, and it has to be a collaborative thing to make it try to work. And then, you know, saying they only reached out starting a few weeks ago, when it's, you know, being on board from July and then just now reaching out, you know, that's kind of a flag to me. And then also, like in their budget, they have 30,000 set aside for accounting, and they've only used 10,000, knowing that that's one of the primary issues that we were bringing up. Whether there's just bills not paid yet, I don't know, you know, if that's why it's not expended yet. But, you know, they're knowing that that's a major issue and not even using fully the full budget you have to do everything you can do to start addressing some of that and reaching out. You know, there's a lot of pieces of it, not signing a federal document, which, you know, federal, you sign everything twice. And so I think there's a lot of major concerns to not, address it.
And I think
immediately.
that's some of my concerns. Is even last month when we had child nutrition here, saying they were 5 hours away from not being eligible for that child nutrition fund. And then there's had to be from physical services support, legal, SPED, child nutrition, all those that had to have multiple calls to multiple different people to try to even get things turned in to keep it going. So and I know that physical services support has met with the previous superintendent about physical issues before, so this isn't new to something that was, he didn't call, I don't believe he caused this. It's been an ongoing issue with the school that I think I agree with everyone else. I don't see a path physically forward with it, and that was my concern with it when we've been looking at it.
So I think the biggest challenge we have is what action do we take and what is the timeline?
What are our options?
Ms. Hyatt?
Mary Claire Hyatt with the division. You have pretty broad authority here. You can do nothing. You can place probation requirements, reporting requirements, anything like that on the school. You can revoke immediately. You can revoke at the end of the school year. You can require them to come back in next month if you want additional information. So you have pretty broad authority. One thing I did want to say, because Mr. Rogers touched on it, is I want to make sure I didn't throw Mr. Cedars under the bus, because these issues, at least the legal issues and some of the financial issues, did not start with him. I was part of a meeting with finance and with the attorney that works on licensure and background checks, and myself, Pat Hart, who I believe is the board president, another board member last year at the beginning of the year when they had just hired their second superintendent. And we talked about all these kind of same things then. So I wanted to make sure that I was being fair to Mr. Seegers in my comments and make sure you know that it wasn't, he didn't come in and
Yes.
cause all of this, so.
Yep, can I ask a question? If the charter is revoked, what happens to the kids?
So it kind of depends. If you revoke the charter immediately, I mean, that provides a much larger obstacle for the kids to find immediate placement. They can obviously go to any traditional public school that they're zoned for. It's kind of too late for school choice. Some open enrollment charters might allow them. I think most of their students are Pine Bluff School District students. I think like 100 are for Pine Bluff School District, so they could return there. They have a couple from Watson Chapel, a couple from Dollarway, and a couple from Whitehall, so they would return to their district. If you waited until the end of the school year, they could remain at Southeast Arkansas Prep through the end of this school year, and then utilize school choice, enroll in another open enrollment, or go to their zone school for the next school year.
From a financial standpoint, if we let them continue to operate and they run a deficit, what happens with that deficit? Who's responsible for paying the deficit?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I'll kind of give the legal standpoint, and then if someone from finance wants to come and talk. So Arkansas law provides that no debt of an open enrollment charter school is the debt of the state, so it does not fall to the state of Arkansas to pay the debt. As I'm sure you are familiar with the two schools we've revoked in the past couple of years, I mean, we're still paying debts of those schools from funds that we have gotten from accounts receivable, and some of the debts did go unpaid. I know with Rockbridge, I mean, they have tax debt, enormous tax debt that went unpaid because simply the funds of the school ran out. I know with Covenant Keepers, you know, we still have lots of vendors and tax debt left to pay there. So I think it goes unpaid if the funds of the school are inadequate. Typically what happens is that once the panel votes to revoke and the state board approves it, the division steps in and immediately starts handling kind of the wind down of the school, including helping them manage the finances, make sure vendors are being paid. The charter rules do set out a preference for how vendors are paid, starting with, you know, teachers, benefits, child support, state and federal taxes, and then other types of vendors. So they would be paid in that order.
Okay.
Do you have anything you want to?
So a little bit on timing, if we act on this, whatever we do, it has to go before the state board, which is part of the process. When would the state board meeting, just to be their January meeting, or?
Would there be time to have it on the January agenda, State Board?
I think, yes, I think we can get it on January, so that's a really good point, because if you were to revoke it immediately, it would have to still go to the state board. So then it wouldn't be final if they didn't review until January. So the kids would have come back from Christmas break and be at the school for a couple of weeks. And then potentially the school could no longer exist. Obviously, the state board can issue a right of review, which might push it into even February. So just take that into consideration when you do that. But January, we could get it on January.
And thinking about the timing, I'm trying to figure out what would be best for parents and kids to be able to make a decision and have some time to, let me just, maybe I could think backwards here, do a little bit of backward mapping. The ideal situation would be to make it to the end of the academic year. And that way, decisions can then, there's plenty of time for parents and to make decisions and so forth. If we go that route, and you all correct me if you think differently or see something I am missing, there's the potential for a deficit, a strong likelihood of a deficit that the state would have to address. If we move it, start moving back this way, you're probably looking at March, April time frame to give parents enough time to come back. I hate for them to come back from Christmas break and have a couple of weeks and then, you know, the school no longer exists. Would it be worth, and please push back on this because I'm trying to struggle through this.
What I'm thinking
Okay.
is the 6-month projection is maybe show that month by month, and let's see what the deficit is at January 30, at February 30, at March 30. Maybe, you know, maybe we can see where the lines cross.
And Mr. Baldwin, I'd be inclined to agree with you to take a wait approach if it weren't for the special education issues and the child nutrition issues, compounded with the fiscal issues and the lack of response to just outright directives from ADE for information. So in terms of just saying we're not sure what we're going to do until we see another couple of months of financial projections, I think this goes much deeper than just financial projections. I think this goes into not having the structure, the capacity for the systemic operations that have to go. So I'm more inclined to think like you're thinking as far as I don't think this school's going to be able to continue beyond the year, but with the timelines, I hate to have students have to switch in the middle of a semester. Some parents might want to say maybe after spring break, they might say, you know, finish out a school year somewhere, but, you know, options with school choice are going to be limited until till July. So that, you know, that is something to consider as far as students.
So what about, well, I'm kind of going out on a limb here. Get a report for the next 2 months. What the intent would be to kind of identify what would be a good time for this to happen, kind of like the spring. I want to give parents time enough to digest what's happening and to make decisions along the way, instead of one day you're showing up and then the next day the school is no longer operating. When is spring break?
When is it?
When is it?
22nd through the 27th, like that
Of
week,
March.
March. It's in March. Mm-hmm. One, I think we need to get reports for how we move forward. We probably need monthly reports. Would be a start. And to, would there be a recommended phase down? I guess I'm asking ADE, someone from staff to kind of give us some guidance.
Sure. So with any school that's closing voluntarily or by revocation, the charter unit has a really thorough set of procedures for winding down the school.
Okay.
We have a little bit more control when it's revoked, just because the rules in the law do give the commissioner responsibility for ensuring that state funds are used properly. And as we've seen in the past, you know, that's a really big concern and responsibility. So typically what happens is the charter office will help the school notify parents of the decision and of their options, of where the kids can go, about school choice, notify the staff about when the school would be closing, help wind down the financials, including identifying what are the accounts receivable, what are the accounts payable, what debts are going to be owed, are there debts that are illegitimate debts of the school, which ones are legitimate debts of the school, that kind of stuff. And then begin doing an inventory of all of their assets, their fixtures. I don't believe they have any real property, but that's included in the closing procedures. So pretty much once the decision is made and affirmed by the state board, it becomes really hands-on by ADE to help wind down the school. I think it's really important, and I think the charter unit takes it really seriously, that we want to make sure that all of the students know what's going on and their families know what are the options, as well as the staff.
And when you say wind down, how long does that normally take? I mean, it's not like all of a sudden the school no longer exists for the students and the parents.
Sure. There are timelines in the rules. Like the school has to provide certain information within 15 days. Some of the stuff has to be done within 30 days. It kind of depends on the timeline. Until it's fully wound down, I'm still doing IRS work for Rockbridge, and that was over a year ago, maybe over 2 years ago. I'm still doing work with Covenant Keepers, which was almost a year ago.
Well, let me, sorry to interrupt, but the point I'm really trying to get to on the wind down is for when do they close the doors for students? On those other two previous schools that you mentioned, did we go to the end of May?
Sure.
The end of.
So with Rockbridge, I believe they continued operating until the end of the school year. With Covenant Keepers, the circumstances were a lot different, and that was an immediate revocation.
Okay.
So
They were absorbed.
yes,
Oh,
they were
that's right.
absorbed.
They were absorbed into a new school.
Yes. So it honestly just depends on what the panel chooses, because you can choose today, you can choose spring break, you can choose the end of the school year. It's really up to the panel. And then based on whatever timeline we have, we'll begin work immediately.
Okay.
I was thinking immediate,
Okay.
honestly, what I was thinking.
All right.
But based off the discussion that you're having, if you wanted to come to some kind of thing, then I would suggest monthly reports, and only because they're working with APSRC, and we can get the reports from APSRC, and we could partner with them, and if anything changed financially, sped at that time, then I would still look at immediate.
Okay.
But right now, I'm thinking immediate, get it to the state board, get some decisions made, get going. Just because the sped issue is stuck in my craw now, because there weren't kids getting the services they needed until November.
And I am
Now they have to
opposed
make up till October, but I didn't even know that at first until that came out today, and that's just bugging me, that those 11 kids weren't getting the education they needed. And that's some of the same issues that we started happening with some of the other charters that came around, and that was just like the first page, it seemed like, and then the financial issues, that there was just, I'm worried that the way the cards are falling here, which is why I'm thinking immediate.
If we vote for immediate, it goes to the state board next, so that's next month. So it's not like it's gonna happen tomorrow. So then they vote for it, and then there's the wind down process. And so it sounds like there's some period of time when things happen after this.
So when do you stop serving kids?
Right.
And wind down?
So if you vote to immediately revoke, that basically they'll have until the state board hears it to continue with their doors open. Once the state board votes to review or not review, if they vote to not review, that decision becomes final and the doors would close that day. If they vote to review it, then it would go to February, so they would be open during that period too for a full hearing in front of the state board.
Unless they had a review meeting in advance of February, correct?
That's right. So the state board, thank you. The state board can schedule a special board meeting, and in fact, with Covenant Keepers, we had to do that in order to be able to make sure that those kids could go somewhere else. So it is possible that if they voted to review, they could hear it sooner than February. It's sometime in January.
Question, may I ask a question, Mary Claire? In the event that the panel adopts a motion to revoke the charter immediately, does that action preclude a savior from coming into Pine Bluff and taking over the school from Southeast Prep?
So if the charter panel votes to revoke today, if the state board voted to approve, yes, it would. If they voted to do a hearing and then additional evidence was presented at the hearing that someone wanted to come in, the state board can take that into consideration, but it would be up to them. So I don't know.
There's time.
And Greg, I'm on the same line as you are. I really feel like we're more of an immediate type of a situation. And I think if there were a special hearing, that could happen sooner. It would kind of allow those spots of time where we do have larger pockets for families to have and students, such as spring break or whenever that might be.
Ms. Kaufman?
Deborah Kaufman, Public School Accountability. I'd like to speak on behalf of kids. So for students, we need to consider that if they are going to apply to another charter school, that timeline for lottery is in the spring. So parents would need to begin thinking about that and go ahead and get their applications into additional charters, other charters, if they plan to apply for that. If they plan to apply for school choice, that closes May 1st, but they can also begin to get those applications in at any time prior to that. Testing window is April to May, and we certainly need kids settled wherever that is during that testing cycle. So I just wanted to kind of give you some of those important dates as a part of your decision making. Thank you.
But I have a question on the chart. But any other charter in the area that didn't have a waiting list, they could go ahead and take.
They could take them immediately.
Okay. But if they didn't, then they would have to go back into their
Into the pool for the lottery.
Okay.
And that could be at different charters based on the
Right.
grade level, whether or not that grade level is full. A different grade level could be open, and if they had siblings or something like
But
that.
then you also have Pine Bluff and Dollar Weight that are there.
Traditional schools are always open and willing to take children.
Are we ready to move forward with the motion?
Madam Chairman, I move the revocation of the charter effective immediately.
Okay, I have a motion for revocation effective immediately
Second.
and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we have a unanimous vote for an immediate revocation of the charter. And Ms. Hyatt stepped out, I guess? Oh, there you are. Okay. Is there anything else then that we need to?
So if you will fill out your voting sheets, and what I will do is, after the panel adjourns for the day, I will visit with Gina Wendell, who does the coordinate, you guys know who she is, the chief of staff for the division, to visit about getting this placed on the agenda for January, if not before then, so that we can get some resolution for the school and for the kids. And the school will receive notification from the division about what happened today, as well as all of the relevant timeline information. And we will begin working with the school even before the state board hears the matter, just to ensure that everything's going according to timelines.
Okay, well, I think everyone has stated their reasons. We'll go ahead with the formal responses from everybody. Start with Mr. Baldwin.
Yes, I vote to immediately revoke the charter. The school is financially insolvent and unable to continue in that regards, as well as currently operating in violation of many ADE requirements.
Dr. Kramers.
I voted to approve the motion for immediate revocation of the charter. The information presented were all very serious and concerned.
Okay. Dr. Williams.
Support the motion due to both financial concerns and lack of services for students.
Okay. Mr. Rogers.
I voted for the motion as stated from everyone else, given the finance concerns, the concerns with the child nutrition payments, and especially the SPED concerns. The communication, the lack of communication between ADE has given me a further indication that this is probably something that will continue.
Mr. Wilson?
Voted for the motion, the financial situation is impossible.
Mr. Seegers and everyone that here, thank you for being here today. And we do want to reiterate, this is, we know this isn't something that has just begun recently. It has been an ongoing situation. So we don't take our responsibility here lightly. It's a very difficult decision, but we do have to ensure that the needs of students are being met. So thank you for being here. We're going to take a break until 2 o'clock, and we'll hear our final item at 2. bring in cinnamon rolls? And have our final review hearing. It'll be Pine Bluff Lighthouse Academy. I know several of you have been here all day with us, and I appreciate it. I know you're tired. So we will go ahead and get going. And yes, Ms. Webb.
So the next review is Pine Bluff Lighthouse Charter. They are meeting standards for accreditation. We don't have any issues from any of the other units in the division. I want to explain what's in your handout about the schools in the surrounding area. So the data that the department collects on charter school students is the district in which they live. So it doesn't tell me which school exactly they would attend. And so in some of the districts, there are multiple schools. So on the chart for Pine Bluff Lighthouse, the first one is Dollarway. So they have two elementaries. They have an elementary and a middle, and it will tell you that there are 20 students enrolled in Pine Bluff Lighthouse Charter that could have attended Dollarway Elementary, and there's one from the middle school. Same thing for Pine Bluff. There are multiple elementaries. We don't collect data on the individual school, and so there are 159 students that attend Pine Bluff Elementary schools, but again, I don't know which one, so that's why all the schools are listed with their letter grades. From Pine Bluff Lighthouse, we have Lanisha Roberts and her team to do their presentation.
Okay, so can we get all representatives of the charter and anyone speaking in opposition to stand to receive the oath? Okay, if you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, and Ms. Roberts, you're going to begin? Okay.
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
Lanisha Roberts, Executive Director. We are here today to provide a progress update on our school's enrollment, academic performance, reading interventions, and our standards and accreditation. Pine Bluff Lighthouse Charter School currently has 256 scholars enrolled in grades K through 8. 203 scholars are in the lower academy, grades K-6, and 53 scholars are in the college prep academy, grades 7 and 8. The demographic of scholars we serve is very unique. Our student population consists of 96% African American, 1% Caucasian, less than 1% Hispanic and Asian, and 1% of 2 or more races. Every scholar that attends Pine Bluff Lighthouse receives free breakfast and lunch daily, in addition to a healthy afternoon snack. 8% of the population is identified as students needing special services. 13% of scholars in grades K2 are identified as having dyslexia indicators. 3% of families identify as homeless. 7% represent gifted and talented. And 66% of our families utilize our daily bus transportation. Pine Bluff currently serves 153 families. Our enrollment. Due to a decrease in the city's overall population, both Pine Bluff Lighthouse and Pine Bluff School District has seen a decrease in enrollment over the years. Our decrease since 2016 is at 26%, and the local district is at 30%. Even with this decline in enrollment, we have still maintained a secure and sound financial status with a balanced budget to maintain a viable and fully staffed school for our students.
Good afternoon. I'm Amanda Crowder. I'm the Regional Academic Director for Lighthouse Academies of Arkansas. Today, as we start to talk about our academic performance, we will begin with a breakdown of our ESSA scores. Based on our school ESSA report for the upper academy, we did improve from the 2017-2018 school year to the 2018-2019 school year in our weighted achievement and value-added growth. In analyzing the SQSS score, it was determined that Pine Bluff had 12 scholars that were chronically absent over 10% of their enrollment, that attributed to the 32.43% of students having chronic attendance. Pine Bluff Lighthouse Upper Academy had an increase of 4% in science achievement and a 10% increase in science growth. We are showing growth, but in order to accelerate the growth to even greater lengths, we are currently focused on reading and attendance. As you see, Pine Bluff Lighthouse Lower Academy had a slight decrease in overall ESSA score of 1.5 points. The change in the overall ESSA score can be attributed to scholars' reading levels, math achievement in 3rd grade, and attendance. While our scholars are making gains, they have not yet met the threshold for achievement as set by ACT Aspire or the state. The overall weighted achievement is calculated based on each scholar's achievement status in math and ELA. And as you know, math and ELA consist of the reading, the writing, and the English component. Pine Bluff Lighthouse had a 6.5% increase in the number of students scoring ready or exceeding from 2018 to 2019, according to in ELA. As you see, Pine Bluff Lighthouse Elementary continues to outperform the local school districts and schools who serve the same grade span as we do. The following data shows the improvements we have made in just 1 year by altering our academic focus and strategies. Achievement has increased in 4th grade reading by 15% from 2017-18 school year to the 2018-19 school year. Our overall ELA readiness, as we talked about, has increased almost 7%, and our math readiness has increased in 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th grade. We're showing clear improvements in several subject and grade levels across the school. We have also analyzed the ELA data for our scholars who have spent 4 or more years with us at Pine Bluff Lighthouse. The scholars had an average increase of 6.25 scale points. Every cohort increased in their scale score, with the 6th grade cohort increasing 8 scale points. Scholars who are staying with us are showing significant growth in their reading. The average scale point increase for scholars who've been at Pine Bluff Lighthouse School for 4 or more years in math was 4 scale points. Through the continuous implementation and focus on the science of reading, our school was recognized by the University of Arkansas Office of Education Policy for beating the odds statewide ELA growth in middle level and beating the odds statewide math growth middle level. This award recognizes us both for high ELA and math growth, even though we serve a high free and reduced lunch population. Our school is on track to meeting the expectations of the state. A vast amount of our time is dedicated in our schedule to incorporate the science of reading during English language arts block. We utilize core knowledge and Heggerty's in grades K2, expeditionary learning and word studies in grades 3-6 to support the science of reading. Due to the academic success that we've had with the personalized learning platform at our sister site in North Little Rock, Capital City, we have implemented sub-learning platform for our 7th and 8th grade scholars this school year at Pine Bluff Lighthouse.
Roberts, Executive Director. So I wanted to take a brief moment to talk about what we discussed in February at our renewal hearing, where we presented our 3-year plan for moving forward. Here's an update as to where we are and how things are going. In many of the areas listed below, we are ahead of our projected plans. Attendance. We have successfully put in place an active at-risk task force and attendance task force that works closely with the school on battling attendance and any major issues hindering scholar academic success. This committee meets bi-weekly with the school leader and newly hired family coordinator. We also have in place a family resource center to support the wellness of our families holistically. This center includes access to technology, a washer and dryer, toiletries, a clothes closet, and tax literacy resources, just to name a few. As it relates to our communication efforts, our office provides daily contact to parents of scholars who are absent. Student support team meetings with scholars and families who have missed 3 or more days happen every Thursday with the school leader. Attendance incentives for scholars and parents are in place. These efforts have caused us to see a decrease in the amount of chronic attendance. In the area of communication, weekly school-to-home communication consistently happens every Sunday. Teacher and parent communication contact occurs on a daily basis through the use of Class Dojo and Remind. Lastly, with attendance, we aligned our 2019-2020 school calendar with Pine Bluff School District to ensure parents were working on one schedule if they had kids in multiple districts. We are tracking ahead with our attendance goals. As for our instructional design, we have ensured that all teachers have and are receiving ongoing science of reading training. We've redesigned our intervention program. Pine Bluff Lighthouse Charter School utilizes levelized literacy intervention in grades 3 through 8. This is an intensive literacy program that deepens and expands comprehension with close reading. We also have the support of 2 district instructional specialists who provide weekly support to teachers. And we now have employed a district dyslexia interventionist. We have implemented, as Ms. Crowder stated earlier, Summit Personalized Learning in grades 7th and 8th. Again, we are tracking ahead of what we had planned in our instructional design. Teacher capacity and retention. We are happy to say that we have retained all but 1 staff member since the beginning of the school year. Some of the things we've done to support our current teacher retention is staffing. 1, retention bonuses for all returning school personnel. We increased our base salaries for 1920 to attract highly qualified staff. We have employed a locally based recruitment and retention specialist who focuses on partnerships with universities, staff morale, and marketing our school vacancies. We all know that the most important thing in retaining staff is making sure our teachers are academically prepared by focusing on their teaching and learning. We have embedded monthly professional development days for our staff, and we have focused heavily on science of reading, Eureka math training with Great Minds, and Summit Learning. We are proud to say we have met our goals for year 1 and are tracking ahead of schedule in the implementation of year 2 for all areas. As promised at our renewal hearing, we conducted our first official academic partnership with Pine Bluff School District with our Summer Start program to develop a literacy-based summer program for 3 weeks to focus on literacy skills that are deficient. The districts decided to target 5th grade scholars as both districts had significant decreases in literacy scores in 5th grade on the norm growth test. As a result of the program, Pine Bluff Lighthouse Charter School students that attended the program had an 8th percentile increase from spring 2019 to fall 2019. We also implemented our Smart Start program for all new scholars to Pine Bluff in August. A vital piece of this initiative was to pre-assess scholars' foundational and reading skills, their comprehension, and their writing ability. Our mission was to get a head start to identify their needs to achieve academic success in order to begin instruction on day 1. Lastly, we have continued our strong partnership with the Boys and Girls Club of Jefferson County with our 21st Century Before and After School program. This program serves 98 scholars. As part of the program, scholars receive additional literacy intervention before and after school. As a component of the program, scholars utilize the instructional technology platform of MobyMax. MobyMax addresses learning gaps with the power of personalized learning. MobyMax's adaptive curriculum creates an individualized education plan for each scholar, allowing gifted scholars to progress as quickly as they like, and also ensuring that scholars get the extra instruction they need.
Again, Amanda Crowder. We've touched on our overall academic program. Now I'm going to talk specifically about our reading interventions. Each grade level receives 60 minutes of small group instruction, in which 40 minutes is allotted to target intervention and 20 minutes within their Tier 1 instruction. All K2 scholars were assessed using DIBELS to gather preliminary data about their foundational reading skills. During the Tier 1 instruction, students received small group instruction to target areas of growth for individual scholars and phonemic awareness, segmentation of words to include nonsense words, as well as oral reading. We targeted scholars in grades 3 through 8 who exhibited significant difficulties in literacy and need intensive intervention, in addition to core instruction. Interventions are aligned with the core instruction, support instructional and independent reading practices, comprehension, vocabulary expansion, and intentional lessons in the foundation of reading. To support our foundational reading skills in grades 3 through 8, we use the phonics component of 3-6 Rise. The school has a literacy interventionist that also supports scholars and staff. The interventionist works weekly with classroom teachers and support staff in order to support scholars through model teaching, one-on-one coaching, assisting with planning and instruction, as well as the data analysis of our formative assessments. Pine Bluff Lighthouse Charter School continues to use the evidence-based program of Orton-Gillingham-based systems, Barton reading and spelling systems, and small group intervention to address the growth areas of scholars that are exhibiting the characteristics of dyslexia. During the 2019-20 school year, 6 scholars attending Pine Bluff Lighthouse are receiving their Tier 2 dyslexia intervention services from our trained dyslexia interventionists. Pine Bluff Lighthouse Charter School also has fully implemented the science of reading in kindergarten through 6th grade. All grade levels have a set daily schedule that implements the components of the science of reading. We have 13 teachers that are currently in the science of reading training through Arkansas Rise, Brain Reads with Dr. Leanne Howard from Harding University, or Arkansas Ideas. 2 teachers have completed the pathway in full. The literacy interventionist also provides professional development monthly on the components of science of reading as well.
Lanisha Roberts again. So as you look at this slide, you will see that it's not a clear representation of our standards and accreditation as of today. We have 0 exceptions. When we submitted this, we had 4, and they were in the area of human capital with the background check. So we are fully accredited as of today. And I just want to, just a special thanks to Mr. Cosby and Ms. Webb for their support through this process, because they were great to work with and they assisted us with getting those taken care of immediately.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Gallagher, and I'm the Chief Academic Officer for Lighthouse Academies. 10 months ago, the State Board of Education granted Pine Bluff Lighthouse Charter School with a 3-year charter renewal. At that time, the board deeply considered the current outcomes of our school, the needs of the scholars that we serve, the financial and operational health of our school, and the similar metrics of the surrounding schools that our scholars might otherwise attend. 10 months ago, we shared our strong financial and organizational outlook, our strong work on school culture and climate, shared academic growth metrics for our scholars, and we laid out a plan for increasing the academic outcomes for our scholars. The board noted that the academic outcomes were not where the scholars of Pine Bluff need to be, but they also indicated that school change takes time. With an understanding that the foundations were in place, they granted us 3 years to make those changes. As you heard earlier in our presentation, we are on track to execute our 3-year plan. As we all know, attendance is a critical component to learning and to school improvement. Knowing this, we have put in place an attendance task force and work to ensure that our scholars are with us each and every day. Our plan is working. This time last year, our average daily attendance was hovering at or just above 90%, between 90 and 91. Today, our average daily attendance is 95%, and it has been 95% or higher every month since September. Additionally, we have nearly cut in half our number of chronically absent scholars, those who have missed more than 10% of the school year, from 60 scholars last year to just 31 this year. With our interventions and family resources now in place, we will continue to improve upon these outcomes moving forward. The second key to our success in academic improvement is improving teacher capacity. As you have heard, we have worked hard to ensure that our teachers are masters of their content, with routine weekly support from a former Department of Education trainer, Mrs. Elizabeth Schock. Additionally, we have continued to support our teachers through RISE training. 2 of our teachers have currently fully completed RISE training, and 13 more are on the way. Additional training for math has also been provided, and we will be increasing this training and our science support over the course of our charter in accordance with that 3-year plan. The final key to our academic improvement plan is targeted support for our scholars. Our leadership team is constantly reviewing the data on our scholars to ensure that those who need substantive support receive it, and to ensure that that support is aligned to the data we have on their skill growth areas. These efforts are having a significant and measurable effect on the scholars at Pine Bluff Lighthouse Charter School. We recently concluded our first round of annual ACT Aspire interim assessment testing. These interim assessments are aligned with the state test, and if the interims are predictive, our results indicate that only 4 short months into this school year, 8% more of our scholars are already on track to meet state expectations than met state expectations in the spring of last year. We know that as we continue to implement our teacher capacity plans and our scholar support plans, this number will continue to rise and have a notable impact on our state test results this year. Similarly, we know that as we continue this work, we will be on track to meet the full expectations of the state of Arkansas over the course of the charter term. While we are only 10 short months into our 3-year renewal, we are confident that the progress we have shown to date demonstrates tremendous potential for what lies ahead in the remaining 2 years and beyond. We look forward to continuing this trajectory of accelerated success over the remainder of our charter term. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and we look forward to further discussion.
Okay, there's still a couple minutes left in your 20 minutes if there's anybody else. Okay, I think we do have someone who had signed up for public comment. Was there any additional? And would we have to vote again on taking public comment, or does our earlier?
So I only have one name, Donna Roberts.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if she was intending to give public comment or speak another time. It's not clear on the form. Is she in the room? I am. Are you wishing to give public comment? Okay, so I think your earlier vote can handle it if you'd like to let her speak now.
Okay. Yes.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
I'm Donna Roberts. I am a parent at Lighthouse. I'm also a board member. I'm coming to speak to you all about the 10 months that we've been able to keep with the 3 years that we were given. The Lighthouse has made a really drastic change with their teachers in their school. My son, I'm speaking as a parent, so I'm speaking frankly, 100. The teachers, they have really did a roundabout turn. They have heart, and that's what we need in our teachers today. They have heart, and they're there not for just a check, but they're there for those students. I know how I am about mine, and I want him to get the best. I don't see that in Dalloway or Watson Chapel. My son is in Watson Chapel School District, but I thank God for Lighthouse. And speaking as a board member for the school itself, it's consistent now. You have consistency with the teachers as far as being there for the students. Now, I will tell you this, going back to being a parent, it takes parental involvement for our schools to prosper. And we are prospering, but you got to consider the fact that the teachers are there for 8 hours with those kids, where they have to go home, and then they come back. So I want you to keep that in mind, but they're doing an awesome job. I love them, and I think they're going to keep on prospering. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else? Did you want to add anything? You still had 5 minutes now. Okay. All right. Well, we will open it up to panel questions. Dr. Kramer, so I'll start with you if you have anything.
I was just going to ask, I noticed on the math and English, the benchmarks, there's pretty significant decrease, and I know in the narrative it speaks to the teacher turnover and whatnot from 1819. So are these numbers posted since, like your plan on interventions, have those started quite a while ago? Like when did those implement compared to what the number changes are? I don't know if I asked that clearly or not.
So I think you're asking about our ACT Aspire summative data.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So the implementations we're talking about for reading intervention, we started back in May. looking at the data from the norm growth, because we took the NWA and doing that, and that's when we implemented and we're partnership with Pine Bluff School District April and May and developed, because our fifth graders at that time in both school districts were showing a decrease in their norm reference. Their growth from August to May was not where we wanted it on either of schools. And so we met with Dr. Owa and his team and also developed a literacy plan. And our literacy interventionists worked with their teachers as well. So we had teachers from both schools doing that. So that was the start of it, doing that. But then all summer long, working on what we need to do. And then when we got back, the data as well, and looking at individual students. We have a high mobility in Pine Bluff, so looking at the students that we actually received in August, that's why it was very important for us to do the START program for new students coming in, so we could see those foundational skills. Some of those students come in with no test scores as well, so to do that. So that was part of our. Thank you.
Could you all talk to me a little bit about what's the yearly growth? I see the scale score, the LS scale score, and some others, but to put this in plain English for me, and I like the one from Capital City where it was this much of a year's growth over a year's time. Can anyone speak to that?
So Mr. Cosio is our data person, so you can correct me if I'm wrong, but when we look at NWA growth for each student, Pine Bluff Lighthouse has not completed their winter yet, so we don't have the data that Cap City has. They have a couple of students that are still makeup testing,
right.
So we're working on that. But an overall average, we meet or exceed the average for our grade levels that the norm reference test sets. So it's over a year's growth. We
Okay.
meet, okay?
Okay, good.
Mr. Rogers?
So, on the reading, you implemented the rise and everything this year, because when I was looking at the reading scores, it looked like 18 we were going up, and then 19 the bottom fell out again, and so I was just kind of wanting to maybe if you could talk about that a little bit more.
Lanisha Roberts. So, yes, we did take a decrease this past testing year. And as you all know, last year around this time, there was a lot of uncertainty about where we would be this year. We ended up losing 4 teachers between December after the hearing and January, and they were all in those testing grades. So for the families and for the staff, it was tough to try to even get through the year and keep the teachers' morale up, because they didn't know what was going to happen. So we did lose teachers like immediately in those testing grades, and it happened to be all the testing grades. So the information and the data that talks about the grades that took the biggest hits is where we lost those teachers. So it was unfortunate, but we're back on track. We retained 70% of the staff from last year that we wanted to keep. So we're excited about that and the work, and they're committed. I mean, like, this is the first year, like, to lose 1 teacher in Pine Bluff from the start of the school until now is phenomenal for us. It's like a record, to be honest. So we're excited, and the staff is just in a whole different place in the work that they're trying to do now.
And you mentioned earlier about your collaboration with Dr. O at Pine Bluff. Could you talk a little bit more about that?
Sure. So immediately after our hearing in February, Valentine's Day, yes, I can remember that, we actually set up a meeting with Dr. Owa and his academic team. It was myself, Ms. Crowder, Ms. Schock, who is our literacy person. I mean, we had a full team in the boardroom at Pine Bluff School District. And we just went through and just hashed out what we wanted to work on. And that was the one thing we said, we want to start small with something small, not too big, because we were all there doing some restructuring this year, and we didn't want to do anything too massive, but wanted to start that partnership. So we met, I think, twice, and then Ms. Schock took over meeting with Pine Bluff team afterwards, but we agreed to split teachers, and we were still in school. So what we did was bus our 5th graders, because it was June. And so we bused our 5th graders during the time it started over to Pine Bluff, and the teachers went too, and started the program. So, I mean, it was successful. We do have a meeting coming up in January to do some reflections, to start planning, like, what it will look like moving forward. You know, Dr. O and I both know that it needs some work. So we want to get ahead of the game. We actually talked yesterday via email, and so we just waiting on the date now. Yes.
Thank you.
And one of the things that I've looked at is, again, your cohort performance. So the students, so I think seeing that's over 6 points in ELA and over 4 points in math, and that's for your 5-8 students. Do you have that same data for your K-4 student?
We won't have that data because they don't test.
That's,
So
do you have for like 3rd and 4th grade? Like, does that 5-8, you've got your 4th grade coming in, do you take it down to 3rd grade?
well, we have I can look up our 3-4. We do have it, but we don't have anything for 3rd grade. I'll look it up and later.
Okay, that's just, that's just interesting, and I think it would also be good too, thinking ahead, because, let me look back here. So it's your K, okay, so your K6 and 7-8 is how you're configured there. Okay, so the K6 is the lower performing. So just even thinking back to how, when you look at your K2 results, how are those K2 results informing, as they're getting into the 3rd and 4th grade, and how much transition do you have in students maybe at that younger grade versus as they get older? Do you have more stability in your student population?
So, Alicia, I'll briefly speak on that. Yes, we do, because, Friendship is there now. So we do have a lot of transition because there are new schools in the area. And they have the K2 right now. So it's more options and more choices. But the transition normally happens in those lower grades. If they stay with us like 3rd and 3rd grade, we normally keep them all the way to the end. That's why you see the strong data in those grades at the end. Okay. But yes.
Okay, and I guess that's what I'm looking at the slide. So this cohort data that you have, okay, I was looking here. So you said the average scholar who has been with your school for 4 more years. So that 5th grade is representative of
Yes.
the prior 4 grades. I just
Yes.
didn't ask the question
Yeah.
very well. Is
Also,
that correct?
that is
Okay.
correct. And one of the things where we see the growth that we need to make is our transition from 2nd to 3rd grade. We do get a lot of new scholars in at 3rd grade. And one of the data points that we looked at was we had an increase last year at our 3rd grade level of 23% of all the new scholars coming in were in need support when they came to us, based on the 20th percentile in the NWA. So they were the 20th percentile or below on NWA in 2nd grade when they started with us in 3rd grade. So we're starting behind with them, trying to get them caught up. And so that's where we see our overall dramatic issue, is that transition there.
Okay, and I guess just from, as part of being on the panel and looking at this and when you see where there, is low performance, but then the performance improves, I think that's what helps us, is to be able to, for you to say, these are the specific actions we take and these are the positive results. So now it becomes okay, how do we really help and intervene earlier? But it also is helpful to know that maybe you don't, maybe it's 3rd grade where you start getting a lot of students and where they're starting from. I think that it's not always something that's evident in the data, but is very helpful in the story. So, okay.
And to answer your prior question, Mr. Cosio looked it up, and for 2 years, when 3rd to 4th grade, it's a 4-point increase in ELA.
Okay.
So.
All right. Does that help out too with your questions on growth?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
Yeah, I'm ready for discussion when we get to that point.
Okay. All right, well, I think we are ready for discussion. Is there anybody from ADE that has anything that they wanted to share? Okay. All right.
I was, in looking at this is good. I just wish that the letter grades could be more reflective of what's going on inside the school. I've said this before. The F grade since a major, yes, and we do need to look at it, but at the same time, there needs to be some type of a balance in this.
And Ms. Kaufman may want to come up here and speak on that. I do think that that's why we want the ESSA School Index to really be part of the conversation, to get in and look at those things. I found myself looking at their attendance and noticing, that they, and as I was looking at it, they addressed it, about a third of their students last year had high risk for chronic absences, and another third were medium to high. So 2/3 of their students were medium to high absences last year, and so the fact that they were on it to address that tells you something. But it's not the first piece of data that you see.
Absolutely. But also it might be helpful for us in the future, if there's an F grade, if there's some way that it could be highlighted, what are some of the key aspects that led to that F grade, so that we can kind of go, instead of kind of digging through, wading through this. I'm looking for teaching and learning. That's what I'm hanging my hat on. But chronic absentee is a problem. You can't learn if you're not there. So that's something that we really need to look at, but it's not obvious there for us. All I see is that big F.
Yes.
We're required to make the letter grade large. We've been given directions to do that. Not our idea, but we were given directions to do that. Debbie Kaufman. So the ESSA School Index is that summative review of a school as required under state and federal requirements. What I think is important to note is, as you look through the elementary scores for 2019, their overall ESSA School Index score is below the 5th percentile.
Okay.
So I want to put it kind of into context. They're 2 standard deviations away from the mean with their overall score. So that, and those are just the facts.
And I will say, that's very helpful. I wish there was a way that we can get that in some of the key pieces in our report.
We can make that happen. A couple of other things I would want to bring to your attention is it's important for them to use their interim assessments like NWEA to help them map their progress. I would also encourage them to put it into the context of the overall ESSA School Index, because the growth in the elementary is 76.69, which is at the 10th percentile, and it's more than a standard deviation below the mean. However, in their middle school, or the grades 7, 8, 6, 8, 7, 8, their growth is 80.99, which is above the 50th percentile. In fact, they're above the mean. And so that growth tells us that the kids are growing as expected, but they were not growing in the elementary as expected. So it's important to kind of watch both things. It's important to use your interim assessments to look at growth, but not to rely totally on that and say, oh, we're in good shape, when in reality, your data is not showing that.
Absolutely. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right. Well, if there, so Ms. Hyatt, what would be, since we are having a hearing here, if you want to go back over how we should proceed?
Absolutely. Again, you have broad authority for what you want to do. It can go anywhere from revocation, which you did in the last case, to just accepting the report as it was given today. You can also require them to come back with a report at a time, on a timeline that you established today. I think the next time you will hear them, if you don't do that, Tracy, interrupt me if I'm wrong, is December of 2021. December of 2021. You will hear a review. You'll do a review for their renewal. So they will be in front of you then. If you don't want to take any other action, you can just move to accept their report, and that's all you have to do.
I'm inclined to accept the report. Anyone should we do anything differently? Or-
And I think what that would do is we would have at least, is it 2 more years of data by then? 3, at least 2 more years of data by then. So the things that they have started this year, by then there should be results from their efforts.
And I would add that we've asked the charter unit to give us reports on those schools that are F schools. So even in between then, the charter unit will bring to us if they're still remaining in F in between that time too.
Perfect, perfect.
Okay,
Ready?
ready?
I move that we accept the report as presented.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to accept the report as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, congratulations, and thank you for hanging with us. If you want to wait for any specific feedback, we'll share out individual thoughts. Since it's the last item of the day, if it's okay with the panel, I'll summarize your
Yes.
feedback. I think that we've given you quite a bit of feedback, but I think that the panel is comfortable with the actions that you are taking. We realize that the data we get lagged from the previous year, so I think we feel comfortable. You have put in place the instruction, ways to focus on students, and that in a couple of years you will be coming back to share some positive results with us. So thank you, and wish everybody very Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Thank you for spending time with us today. Happy New Year.
Take a motion to adjourn.
We will do that. And when is our next meeting? Which, that way before everybody gets away, if we can confirm our next meeting. January 14th? Okay. So is there anything else from the panel?
Nope.
No? All right. If we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All right, we have a
Second.
motion. Second, approved. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.